Hey everybody, I'm Scott Al Miller. This is my life living in Leon, Nicaragua. Tonight, I've got a Pepsi that I'm going to be drinking while we do the show, and we're going live. We're doing another live stream because busy day. But we had a very popular video that we did yesterday talking about dual citizenship changes in the U.S. and how that affects potentially those who are looking at living in Nicaragua. And we are going to be talking a little bit today because there seems to be so much confusion around the concepts of who is and isn't a citizen already and what a cedula is. So we're going to talk a little bit about that once some people get on. So I encourage you to hop on and join the show. We are live. We are ready to go. And I just put the link up on the WhatsApp group, and I just realized that my wife posted wedding pictures of me in a kilt just minutes ago on that channel. So there you go. Hopefully, hey, Nita N85 is on. Hey, how's it going? We're already getting people. That's awesome. It's neat how many people find the live stream so quickly. It's really encouraging. So just letting people know that we're on. Still pouring my Pepsi. Wait for a few people to get on, and we will hit that topic for today. How's everybody doing? I hope you're having a good one. Tomorrow, let me remind you right now, while we have the early adopters getting on, tomorrow's our real live stream. That's the long one where we start earlier and we go long, right? Plan your evening around it, get some popcorn, order in a pizza, have some beer ready, more than one, maybe a bottle of wine, maybe more than one, and be ready for the long haul because it is a lot of fun and it's a good time to connect with everyone. Of course, these live streams are good too, but they're ad hoc. We get a lot fewer people, obviously, because we'd have to, and they're a lot shorter. And we tend to be topical, but our Thursdays are the Q&A, the AMA, so hop on and have questions ready. It's a really good time. Also a good time to mention, if you get down in those episode notes, you can get the information on how you can film yourself and send in a video of yourself to be put on the show. A lot of fun when we do that. Love to see people doing that stuff, so definitely consider doing that and get to join the show in a more video way. Also, all the social media you could want is down there, including links to things like Nicaloro, which is our Nicaraguan Twitter-like service, Nicagram, which is the Nicaragua Instagram-like service. All those are down there. And of course, remember to check out Nicarumba. If you haven't been to Nicarumba, that is not the site that I'm showing. I'm actually showing myself talking. That was useless. This is Nicarumba. And much more useful. This is the events website. Oh, it doesn't completely fill. Let me make this a little bit bigger so you're not seeing me kind of talking over it in the background. That looks a little bit better. This is the event website for Nicaragua and a great place to go to. If you're looking for a concert or you're hoping to find some kind of cultural event or whatever's going on, it's very easy to just go down. These things are in chronological order, so you can see what's coming up. And if you're in a specific departamento, for example, you're in Leon like me and you just want to see the events from Leon, just filter by Leon. And these are just our local events. So you can see we got coming up later tonight, right now, at Via Via. Latin band is there. Mazote is going to be playing the day after tomorrow, also at Via Via. Really good band, recommend them a lot. Sangre Latina is going to be on Saturday over at Jalisco. Cadejo, one of my favorite bands, and who played my birthday in 2023, is going to be at Via Via. Deegan Whiskey with Los Bernies is going to be at La Fabrica. This is all on Saturday. Then on Sunday, En El Vivero, which is a really nice venue in the north of town, is going to be having their anniversary show. So just a little example of what Leon has going on over the next few days. And a lot of places don't release their events until the day before or the day of. So there'll be a lot more, but they often go up at the last minute. We're working with places to understand that does not make a lot of sense, and it's good to get on before that. But, okay, so we're brought to you by Nicarumba. Absolutely free. Don't just check out the website, but go sign up. It's free accounts and allows you to find events that you want to follow. It'll put it on your calendar. It allows you to find bands you like, or maybe you like being at Via Via, and so you just mark Via Via so you always get information as to what's going on there. But it's a lot of powerful tools with new stuff coming out every week. Now, it's been around for a couple of years. Actually, it came out right after that event, that Cadejo birthday concert for me. Just happens to coincide with when Nicaragua came out. So it's coming up on 3 years almost as the tool for finding events in Nicaragua without having to search through a bunch of things that are unrelated. Anyway, hey guys, great to have everyone on. I'm glad that you are here. And today, I want to talk about a couple things. So we had this quite successful video yesterday, so thanks everyone who watched that. And remember to give a thumbs up while you're on the live stream right now. We yesterday talked about how the United States is doing away with, potentially, probably not really going to happen, but threatening to do away with dual citizenship. Meaning Americans will not be allowed to hold other citizenships. Now, do we expect this to really go through? Probably not. And as someone pointed out, rightfully so, the ultra-rich tend to be the ones who have dual citizenship, so they tend to protect them pretty heavily. So we're not looking at this as a very likely thing. People have tried to eliminate American dual citizenship or multi-citizenship previously and have failed always, which is why it's still there. We expect it to fail again. But it's a wild time these days. Can you guys hear the ambulance? It's pretty far away, but I bet you can hear it if you're listening really carefully on headphones. It is wild times right now in the U.S., and the possibility of something like this happening not much higher than other times, still not likely, but more like it's enough that people are a little bit worried. But that brought up many questions, of course, about people asking about Nicaragua's dual citizenship. Now, so we've beat this horse into the grave, right? Nicaragua is not eliminating dual citizenship. Nicaragua has never proposed getting rid of dual citizenship, and Nicaragua has very strong laws that protect dual citizenship. So that's not going anywhere, guaranteed, right? If they wanted to get rid of it, they would have gotten rid of it, right? They would not make laws that protect it if they were going to get rid of it. That's so crazy. Nita N85 says no, but I'm not sure what that was in reference to. So a lot of people, though, have questions about it because there is a new law that we're absolutely certain is going to come into place that is going to eliminate the pursuit of a second citizenship within Nicaragua, which could refer to foreigners such as myself, who obviously, as a foreigner, I have citizenship somewhere else, seeking Nicaraguan citizenship. I'm allowed to seek it, but I'm not allowed to seek it without giving up my old citizenship. It's I have to pick one. No sound from the ambulance. Or as a Nicaraguan, they're not allowed to pursue citizenship somewhere else. Now, historically, most foreigners, like myself, were never allowed to go after dual citizenship in Nicaragua. So it's not a change for Americans, Canadians, most Europeans, most Latin Americans, etc. They're not affected. They were already barred from dual citizenship in Nicaragua. So that's pretty minor. The really big impacted people by the law are primarily Spaniards who were allowed, they were an exception, that they were allowed to have be Spaniards and acquire Nicaraguan citizenship without giving up their Spanish citizenship. That was a special allowance for them. And Nicaraguans were allowed to go abroad and acquire other citizenships while maintaining their Nicaraguan one, right? So Nicaraguans are by far the group that is really impacted by this, that they can't go out seeking other citizenships. And I think that they are the group that they are primarily passing this law for, which would make sense because they're the ones that are impacted. But there has been such a huge surge of Nicaraguans seeking foreign citizenships, and it has caused a lot of problems. And as so many Americans have popped on and said, well, that's how they think it should always work, right? If you're an American and you go abroad, you should be stuck abroad. You shouldn't be able to come back. Well, they're expressing the opinion that would found this kind of law, right? So. And in a small country where people could do that in very large numbers, there is a very real fear of many things, but one of them is that a large percentage of the population goes abroad, becomes indoctrinated abroad, becomes radicalized abroad, and then anywhere, right? Because they could be anywhere, and then because they maintain their citizenship in Nicaragua, could be bringing back outside ideas. Now that sounds well, not radicalized and indoctrinated, but the idea of going abroad and getting ideas and bringing them home sounds great. And if you want to go work abroad and come back home, no problem. You want to go, this is from a Nicaraguan perspective, if you want to go study abroad and come home, no problem. It is when you seek to become a permanent member of another society that they're like, maybe this has gone too far, right? And a lot of people across the globe agree with this. I'd prefer some other things, but I understand in a small population like Nicaragua, they have different needs than, say, the United States or Canada or England might have. Plus, they're not a colonial country, so they don't have this tradition of needing to go abroad in order to colonize through industry or through different methodologies. So they don't have like this tradition to uphold or this mechanism that is important for their country, which is a good thing, right? So because of this, they're fearful that you could easily end up with, and they have in many ways, a rather large percentage of people who go somewhere else, spend the majority of their life. Many people, I speak to them all the time, left Nicaragua as small children or young enough that they really didn't have an idea of what was going on, and are then subjected to propaganda from the outside that tell them all kinds of things about their home country, and they aren't in a position many times to come back and verify them. So they don't realize that they're being given a bunch of misinformation. It's not their fault. And they then, because they have grown up, often not by their choice, in another country, they can easily end up in a situation where they feel a great degree of loyalty to another country. And they have been indoctrinated to believe certain things about their own country, and then are potentially paid or promoted or coerced or simply indoctrinated to come back to their home country and create disruption, even though they are not acting as members of society. They have not grown up in the society. They are not aware of the situation. They are only aware of what they are indoctrinated with. So this is a very dangerous thing. America could have the same problem, and that is acclaimed fear. However, the number of Americans who grow up abroad and return to the United States is extremely low. So as a percentage, it's not really a fear. It could become one, of course, but it's not percentage-wise a fear. The statistical situation in the United States simply protects against that for the foreseeable future. It could change, but not a real risk. In Nicaragua, it's a real risk that is being experienced all the time, and you can see it play out pretty often in conversations, and you realize, wow, this is potentially a problem. And while this is not a negative, many people that we speak to when we're talking about dual citizenship, simply the number of Nicaraguans living abroad who are unaware of what their citizenship is shows the degree to which misinformation or gaps in information that apply to the most important political aspects of one's life are missing in normal everyday life. And so let me give you a couple of examples, because this is really for the Nicaraguans, but also for expats to understand Nicaraguans who you might be talking to, because they get this missed all the time. And good evening, John. I see you posting that. So, one, if you are Nicaraguans, or if you are a child of Nicaraguans who are living abroad, if they were Nicaraguans at the time of your birth, under normal circumstances, you were born a Nicaraguan. Notice I didn't give any caveats there. I didn't give any parentheses or ifs or thens or buts. If your parents were Nicaraguan at the time of your birth, under normal circumstances, you are a Nicaraguan. Period. Full stop. That's important to understand. And I would say that most, and I don't mean like just squeaking over half, I mean significantly over half of all foreign-born Nicaraguans that I know, that I speak to, that I interact with. Now, of course, maybe they interact with me at a higher rate because of this confusion, but they seem to broadly be unaware of the fact that they're born Nicaraguans. They are under the impression that they need to, obviously not all, but the majority seem to be under the impression that they have to apply to become Nicaraguans. That means they're not Nicaraguans, right? That means they believe they're not Nicaraguans. They're just like me, American, as an example. So a Nicaraguan born in America, right? If your parents are Nicaraguan, you're Nicaraguan, period. You're born in Nicaragua. And the same as someone born in Nicaragua. But they are so often believe that they're the same as me. Born in America, American, which they also are, in most cases, then for me to become Nicaraguan, I have to do the whole process, which is roughly this. 1, move to Nicaragua. 2, apply for permanent citizenship. There's several paths to this. This is not a one-way street. There's a few different paths to becoming a permanent citizen, and generally it takes a minimum of a year, and quite often several years. Once you are a full permanent citizen, you need to go at minimum 4 years in good standing, at which point you may apply for citizenship. That is a technicality. Yes, technically, at the end of roughly 7 years in most cases, you have the legal right to put in paperwork to request becoming a citizen, but the final step is direct approval by either the president herself or the National Assembly. Of those options, neither is super easy. I just got a phone call because I didn't turn off. Didn't turn off my audio. And the person who called me called directly from a link knowing I was on the live stream. So getting either the National Assembly or the president to sit down and approve you personally is not a small step. Everyone who becomes a citizen does this, but it is very, very difficult and time-consuming, and you're in a very long queue, and they generally don't consider most people, right? Now, I don't know what the criteria is. It's not open criteria, right? You have to go through some process and figure out what to do, and hope that somebody somewhere wants to push you through. Right, someone wants to get you in front of the president. Hey, we need to get this person in. They're really valuable. We want them. Or in front of the National Assembly. Hey, this is a person that's worth voting on. Let's move it up in the things. Right. I know people who've done this. I don't know any of them who've done it in under 10 years. I know some who took 40, and of those people, some of them have some pretty darn good credentials as to why they should be citizens, right? Lived here for forever, volunteered in the military, were right, really active supporters of the country at really critical times, involved during times when the country was at war, and volunteering in all kinds of things. So that those people can take 10 to 40 years. For us normies who just have not a lot to offer, maybe you've got a YouTube channel or something, but let's face it, I'm not that important to the country. I'm not going to get moved up too much in the list. Maybe moved up a little bit over someone who does nothing. But that's about all there is. And so it's a very, very difficult process. And so that's what, when someone says, and I had a number of people respond to the video saying that they wanted to look into pursuing their citizenship before the dual citizenship option for new people was taken away. Well, there's no way you're going to go through a 10 to 40 year process in the next few months. It could be as many as about 10 months, but that's about as long as it could possibly be, unless they actually shoot down the new law, which is, there's no chance that that's going to happen. There's no movement against it. It's already been approved once. It is a second vote to verify the first vote. There is no drop in confidence in it going on. There's no talk of it not approving. There's no way. Is it physically possible to be voted down? Yes. Is it possible that the president will step in and be like, I don't want to sign this? No. And then I don't know what the process is to override that. No idea. Right. But there's no talk of anyone disagreeing with the law, including Nicaraguans. Right. You don't hear people on the street being like, oh, no, it's not a law that I like. Some people are like, eh. Some people are like, cool. That's about it. Right. Mostly indifference because it doesn't affect too many people on the ground. So that's not going to change. So people who are like, well, I was thinking about rushing to get my citizenship, generally not an option. Also, most of them who say that say, well, I wanted to come for a second or a third, and someone said they wanted to come here for a fourth citizenship, but they're missing that you're not allowed to do that. When you get a Nicaraguan citizenship, you have to renounce your old ones. So someone who's gone through the effort of getting 3 other citizenships would not very likely want to come to Nicaragua and throw 3 citizenships away. And they were 3 relatively different places. in order to get just this one, right? Now, if you have a citizenship and you want to swap it for Nicaraguan, I can see that. But someone who's put years and tons of money out of their life into trying to collect citizenships aren't very likely going to want to come to a place that makes you go down to only one. And that's not a new law that's coming. That has been in place for a long time. So there's a ton of misinformation out there as to what this process is. So many people think they just come down and apply. And a lot of people have this like, well, my parents are Nicaraguan, so I thought I could just come down and apply. But there is no in between. If you are born a Nicaraguan, then you're born a Nicaraguan. You cannot become a Nicaraguan. You're born a Nicaraguan. I don't know how to say it any more plain than that. I know that people are going to be like, can you explain what that means? I don't know how to explain you're born something more than those words are. At the time that you take your first breath, you are already a citizen of Nicaragua. You can't do anything more, right? You're the same as anybody who was born a Nicaraguan. And I think most people know what that means. It's a very confusing thing to me. The sheer number of people who are like, well, I was born a Nicaraguan, but I have to become a Nicaraguan, right? What is that? What does that mean? No, you don't have to become one if you are one. How do you, what? That's like going for trans surgery and they're like, so you're a man, what do you want to be? A man. But you're already a man, but I need the surgery anyway. What? Doesn't make any sense. So that was a bizarre example, but it's such a bizarre thing. I don't know how to describe wanting to become the thing you already are. And so, and then people describe it in weird ways. They have weird concepts of what it means to be a citizen. But then when people think that they're not a citizen, they also, at a very high percentage, believe that they have some magic path to citizenship that bypasses every rule and law that there is and everybody's experience. Nobody has become a citizen quickly. And very few people become citizens, period. It's a very unlikely process. It is a very special thing to have been rewarded with Nicaraguan citizenship. You're one of a very few people if that happens to you. And so this bizarre belief that they're not Nicaraguan but somehow will get a free pass on becoming one is the weirdest middle ground ever. The reality is almost everyone that I speak to was born a Nicaraguan, and all of their worry makes no sense because they cannot have to worry about the dual citizenship problem. They're already a Nicaraguan. They're not going to pursue another citizenship. So there's no new law applying to them. And so the thing that then others say is, well, but I want to go for my passport. Well, okay. As a Nicaraguan, you just go to the Nicaraguan embassy, or you go to the consulate, or you go to Migracion here in country, and you request a passport. Same as any Nicaraguan. You're not special. You're a Nicaraguan. So Nicaraguans abroad can go to their embassies, and Nicaraguans at home go to Migracion, and it's a very simple process to apply for your passport. Others believe that they need something special to apply for their cedula. For those who don't know what a cedula is, it is a relatively standard document throughout much of the world. The United States does not have this technically, and so we tend to be a little bit confused only because we're not used to dealing with one. But once you explain what it is, most people are like, oh, that makes sense. And basically, in the United States, if you don't drive, you go to your state, not your federal government, because the United States is a collection of 50 sovereign states, and you apply to them for an ID document, right? It is a state ID. Now, they have a new thing where state IDs can be used at the federal level called Real ID. So the United States has a new decentralized cedula process. But Real ID, or a federal ID that is recognized across all the states and federal districts of the United States, is just the American cedula. In most of the world, the idea that you would have IDs that do not apply broadly to everywhere is unthinkable, and the idea that they wouldn't be for everyone, also unthinkable. So, completely different aspect in that way. But basically, if you took your driver's license without the driving portion of it, which is an ID document, and the Real ID system, and your social security number, and rolled those three documents into a single card, that is what most of the world uses as a cedula or national ID document. So here in Nicaragua, if you are a citizen and don't need a passport, you can get a cedula. You can also work from a passport in almost all cases, but as a citizen, you're expected to have a cedula. It's what's used, for example, opening a bank account. That's where your ID number comes from. They're not going to take the one from your passport. Legally, would the passport do? I'm sure it would, but that's not the one they put in the system because cedulas are free and everyone has one, right? It's just like a social security number in the United States. They go to everybody. The difference is social security numbers are not unique or identifiable, and cedulas most definitely are both. So that's the big difference. But in both cases, getting a passport or a cedula, you're simply talking about one of two forms of national ID documents, of which all Nicaraguans have the right to have. So there's no special applying as if there's permission needed. It's simply going and putting in the paperwork so they will print the document for you. In the case of a passport, you have to pay a few dollars, I believe, because not everyone needs one, but cedulas, I believe, are free unless you lose yours, because everyone has to have one. Now, as a foreigner, for my cedula, I have to pay for it, but that's different, because they don't have to give me one. I have to earn my way for everything because I'm not a citizen. But so that is the basics. And everyone should be free and clear with that information. The problem is nearly everyone is certain that I've left out some key detail that they are sure must be there. There has to be some negative to apply because they're used to living other places full of negatives to everything in life. And so they're positive that their situation isn't the positive one that it sounds like. And yet, I didn't give any caveats, no ifs, ands, buts, whens, sometimes, once in a while, if onlys, whatever. No. If you are born a citizen, you're a citizen. If you're a citizen, you can get a passport and or a cedula. If you are not a citizen, you need to go through the same process as everyone else to become a Nicaraguan. And like everyone else, unless you're from like Guatemala, you do not have the option of dual citizenship as someone getting citizenship in Nicaragua. Nicaraguans, for a brief moment, still have the ability to get dual citizenship abroad. That will go away. But currently they still can. And under no circumstances, ever, no matter what, is dual citizenship being rescinded. That is not going to happen, period. In Nicaragua. In the United States, very unlikely, but plausible. The United States does not have constitutional rights that clearly forbid it being removed. We do have a Supreme Court ruling that suggests that they interpret the Constitution in the past as protecting the right to have citizenship abroad. That is different than it being clear a law that they have to follow. So it's not the same, but there is strong protections in the United States, not as strong as Nicaragua by any stretch whatsoever, but there are protections, so we have a lot of reason to not fear that the dual citizenship thing will go away for Americans either. Larry says, are you trying to send me to a new hospital? Shocked to see you live. Truly is the season of miracles. And Larry, we're doing the live tomorrow on Thursday night, the long one, so be ready for that too. Edgar is here. What about a newborn in a different country and one of the parents is Nicaraguan? As far as I am aware, now this is where you get into my not specialty, I am unaware of any situation where you have to have two parents to be a Nicaraguan. That is, to the best of my knowledge, no such law. Is it possible that such a law exists and I am unaware of it? Yes, that is possible. Is it likely? No, that is not likely to be the case. Many children are only identified by a single parent, and if you were born with a single parent and they simply said you're not a citizen because we can't find the other parent, the father, it's really hard to lose the mother, then that would cause unbelievable numbers of problems. That's not how it works. So you can be... So the only question you have, really, Edgar, to distill it is a baby born to a Nicaraguan abroad require both parents to be citizens in order to be a citizen, or are they completely not a citizen if they have only one Nicaraguan parent? And I think it's very safe to say only one Nicaraguan parent is required to pass on their citizenship. It's not like each parent passes on half of a citizenship. That would be odd indeed. Janet says, so I made it. X-Pizzazz says, hi. The original Joe Schmo says, hello, Scott. This feels strange on a Wednesday. We've done tons of these lives on different days. It does feel weird, but I like it a lot, and it's been very successful, so we're going to do more. Larry says, what did you guys cook for Thanksgiving? Mike cooked up a storm. I heard that we did a great job down at Encontiki on the beach, but we did... so for the meat eaters, my business partner, Paul, cooked up a real turkey, which everyone raved about. I think turkey, I remember eating turkey back when I ate meat, and I hate it. So even when I ate meat, I hated turkey. So I'm not impressed. But we had our own tofurkey. My wife makes a killer vegan tofurkey, which is delicious. And there's some in the freezer. I'm going to heat some up hopefully soon and have a good turkey sandwich. We had a ton of stuff my daughter Luciana and I made. We did mashed potatoes with loads of garlic and butter. We did corn casserole, which was delicious. We did deviled eggs, which very few got eaten. I don't know why. It was like people just had too much food, which is very sad because she put in a lot of work on that. We had real pumpkin pie. We got actual pumpkins and made the pumpkin filling ourselves. We did peach cobbler. We did with real peaches. We had sweet potatoes, like candied sweet potatoes or like a sweet sauce sweet potatoes. We did stuffing, of course. All this is from scratch, right? Nothing was from boxes. Nothing was from kits. Not even the vegan turkey. So we've been vegetarians for a long time, so we're able to make some stuff. A lot of work, but it was so good. And my wife is a master at making vegetarian gravies. That was fantastic too. That is all the things that I can remember off the top of my head. I'm sure there's something else that I'm missing. I think we had broccoli, like garlic broccoli, sauteed broccoli. It was enough that I did not get to eat everything. Like it was a lot of food, and went over well. Expat says, how much is a language school there to brush up on my Spanish? I don't really know. I think I've seen prices around like $40 a week. For people who are doing regular lessons. I mean, to be fair, at somewhere around $300 a month, you could hire a full-time language teacher to just live in your house and teach you Spanish all day, every day. So you can kind of gauge from there. But I've never had to pay for lessons here by the lesson or anything like that, so I'm not sure. I have hired full-time teachers, but that was because I hired them for my company, like go teach my team stuff. But that gives you a little bit of an idea. If Luke hops on, he's doing lessons, he'll be able to give you an idea. Expazaz says, how long will $10,000 last there in Nicaragua? I mean, a year? 2 years? It really depends on your spending, right? The idea that you can come up with a budget like that is so hard, right? Because and we're talking expats, we're not talking locals. Expats will come. And we know expats that are living below $500 a month. They have more. They're not spending it. They're capping themselves to $500 and they're squeaking by at that. But we know others that are spending several thousand a month and living quite well, of course. But it depends how many people you have. It depends. Are you going out to eat? Do you cook for yourself? What kind of food do you eat? Do you feel a need for American food? That's going to add up fast. Are you happy to adjust to Nicaraguan food? Then your price goes way down. Do you need a tiny student apartment to stay in, or do you want to stay in a pretty luxurious house of your own? Like, at little things will change the number by so much. So on the low side, it's very hard for a foreigner to get below about $500 a month, and you're certainly working really hard to pay your bills at $500. And on the high side, we hear of people who are spending like maybe $3,000 or $4,000 a month as an individual person, and they're living like kings. That's kind of the range, right? Above that, you just have extra money. Below that, it's probably not going to happen. You have to have, as a pensionado, $1,000 per month coming in from that, or you need to have $1,250. These are as single people on a rentista. That's what the government says you have to have in order to be able to get residency options and stay indefinitely, but you can certainly live on less than that. Those are safe numbers that they want you to have to make sure you're able to contribute. But that doesn't mean you have to spend that much. They just want to make sure you have the comfort of that amount, so if anything goes wrong, you have protection. So $10,000, it could last you, if you're here and you're living like a vacationer and you're like, I'm just living the vacation lifestyle, right? And you're going to stay in nice hotels. I can easily spend $200 a day, right? I'm renting luxury Airbnbs, or I'm staying in nice American hotels, right? Hyatts, Hiltons, Intercontinentals. I'm going out to eat at nice restaurants, right? I can easily go over $200 a day. And if you measure at $100 a day, right, $10,000 will last you 100 days, right? just over 3 months. If you're spending over 200 a day, getting up to 250, pushing 300, you may look at staying for like 1 month. But if you go to the other extreme and say, well, I can live way below $100 a day, then that you could easily stretch that out. And if you're doing at 500 per month, right, and you invested that 10,000, this is funny, but if you invested that 10,000 at the beginning of your experience, and you spent as little as possible, the interest on it would help you hold over to probably getting 2 full years. So all depends on what you're doing. And one of the biggest pieces is, are you using that money to get a long-term rental that's very affordable, buying furniture and living like you live here, and cooking and all that, and then shopping at the market? Then it's going to go really far really quickly. Are you coming in and living out of hotels and going to restaurants for every single meal? Then it's going to not last very long. So that deciding factor is way more than 100% of the decision. Mellow Baron says, what is the cost of living in the area that I'm in, please? Cost of rent, for example. So the area I'm in varies, of course, quite a bit, but isn't terrible as far as being able to figure out what things cost. The lowest cost that an expat would be willing to do here, I think, is monthly is about $120 for rent, we're talking. And that's a 1-bedroom in a very, very entry-level weekly rental kind of place, but that's a monthly rent is about $120 for a what I consider quite nice, not fancy, right? You gotta remember, but a nice Nicaraguan 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment with a kitchen and a little backyard and a little seating area out front and living room where you can set up a TV and stuff, unfurnished, about $180. That's what I've been paying for the last 2 years for an apartment here, and that's what it just rented for. Again, I don't have that apartment anymore, but I know the person who owns it, and they rented it out for $180 for the next year. So $180 is getting you what I find a very comfortable apartment with. Would I want to live there with like a large family? Probably not. But, if 3 people, assuming that's you and a spouse and then you have a child, the master bedroom I found quite comfortable for 2 people with a king bed in it. And the secondary bedroom, we had, I believe, a queen in it, and it was perfectly comfortable. But putting 2 people in it would be a little bit tight, but totally doable if they're smaller children. If they're like teens, they'd probably want to kill you. But that was $180. Bathroom was small. I would, as an American, wish for a bigger, better bathroom. That's a place where, but you can also, in many cases, do a lot to upgrade a bathroom, just decorations and making it more comfortable. But in general, the bathrooms are the hardest thing to find something really nice. A full house here, Nicaraguan style, a little bit more, $200 to $250 for like a 3-bedroom. We're talking nice neighborhoods. We're not talking like deep in the barrio. We're not talking dangerous areas. We're talking desirable spots, but still very Nicaraguan living. Because remember, I am in Barrio Sutiava. To the highest end I've ever heard of in this neighborhood is below 800, and that's going to get you private estate with grounds and a lot of space and room. So that's kind of the range. Very hard to go below 120. As a family of 3, I would say 180 is probably your reasonable low end that you wouldn't want to go below. You could totally make it work at 180 under normal circumstances. And then anything reasonably above that, like you just need more space or you need whatever, and you do 250 to maybe 500, you have a very powerful range. And if you're here in the area that I'm in, someone was mentioning this, Alberta Boy yesterday was mentioning he was looking at a rental in he didn't know the name, but the Residencias of Los Altos de Veracruz, which is the most upscale residencia in the Sutiava zone. And the low end is about $350, but we're talking a good size 3-bedroom, 1-bath, I think, with a large yard, private walled inside a private guarded community. And then they can go up from there. There might be ones below $350. That's the lowest I've ever seen firsthand in there, but I really liked the house at $350. Really liked it, and you can probably spend $500 or $600 in there. I've never seen the most expensive places in there for rent, so maybe they would push $600-700. I don't know, but I do know that people have gotten into pretty nice places with a lot of space for around $200 in there, but not not quite so nice that I would want to be there myself. So about 350 inside the Residencia is my number on that, if that makes sense. D. Gilbert says, "Hey Scott, I hope everything's going well. It's been a long day, but I think it's been mostly okay." I'm dealing with a lot between work and my unbelievable tax burden stuff. I have so many American problems for hashtag first world problems. Steve Stone, I need to finish watching your show from yesterday where you were talking about the dual citizenship and then come back. Yes, do that. Or hang out on this and then watch that and then watch the beginning of this. I don't know. D. Gilbert says, "Was that picture in the WhatsApp an old photo of you?" It was. That was my wedding photo of me in the kilt. It was indeed. Id Group says, "How about the rent prices in Managua? I'm looking for a place close to Club Terraza because of its tennis courts and pool." Are you aware, Id, that it is a $12,000 entrance fee for Club Terraza? Just checking before you make life decisions about staying next to it. Maybe it's 10,000. No, I'm pretty sure it's 12,000. I was there recently, and there's no day pass or anything like that. It is a rather expensive membership. I'm trying to do the math off the top of my head. Yeah, I think it's 12,000. Yes, USD, 12,000 USD. Yeah, you are talking about the most exclusive club in the country. Even Nicaragua gets a little expensive, and that would be dirt cheap for the US. It gives you a long time, right? It's not like you drop 12 grand and that's only good for a month. It's like good membership for like 10 years, something like that. But because they want to keep it super exclusive, and it's really nice, it has a beautiful Olympic pool, has a beautiful restaurant with great food. I'm told it's great food. I didn't actually eat there, but a nice bar, has its private club to go dancing in, private space for hosting your own parties. It has a ton of stuff. I'm a country club person from the United States. It very much feels like an American country club. Absolutely excellent, great service, great facilities. It's been around for forever. It's quite busy with Nicaraguans who are able to drop that kind of money to all at once. And that's the thing. They're not trying to make it so expensive that people think it's dumb. They're trying to make sure that only people who have connections to let them test it out, to make them sure that they want to pay the money, that know that they're really going to use it and use it for a really long time, are willing to pay up front for access to it. And then it has its own bowling alley and all kinds of stuff, and it's really nice. So I've gotten to go there. Marcella and I have gotten to go there and go to parties and stuff, but it's... It's but yeah, very, very expensive. How are the courts? I didn't really look at the tennis courts. I was there for a party at night. I'm sure they're quite nice, but I don't know. Little Baron says, "I would love to come and spend 5 months. What is the name of the city you are in?" So my city overall is the city of Leon, but I live on the west side in the barrio of Sutiava. Sutiava is a very large region. If you're familiar with Dallas, Fort Worth, we're like Fort Worth. Leon is like Dallas. Dallas is more expensive. Everyone knows it. It has more population. Fort Worth is older, cheaper, more authentic. I used to live in Dallas, so I'm quite aware, and that's not me knocking Dallas. I prefer Dallas to Fort Worth over there. Here, I prefer Sutiava to Leon, but so the west half of the city is Sutiava. D. Gilbert, where do you find a place to rent? They don't have online sites, right? They do not know. That's correct. Do you find an agent to help you? No, so you do not find a buyer's agent or a renter's agent. You don't find an agent for you. Many of the places are represented by seller's agents, especially if they're apartments, simply because the people who have apartments aren't going to show it to you themselves. So there are places like Casa Roja that have many rental apartments that they will show you. However, in many cases, they're not the actual representatives of them. So if you go with someone to show you, likely you're going to get a much higher price. partially because they're just not going to tell you the real price, and also partially because they have to get paid on top. So your price will go way up. So, for example, Norman looked at one apartment. They said $350, and then Dale from the community went 2 weeks later, and they said $300. Same apartment, no finagling. That's just the difference in price. That may not sound dramatically different to an American, $50. But when you're talking about 1/7 of the total price of the apartment, it's significant. Right, that's an amount that it just jumped in one conversation because no one was tracking what they had asked the time before. We knew because we remember, but you could easily have someone be like, "This is $400," and the very next person, they'll just be in a different mood and be like $300, right? So there's a lot of concern with using agents in any capacity. So you want to be like, "Oh, my dad's here. Hi, Dad." So sometimes you have to use them, but be very wary. If you have a group of them and ask them about apartments in the same area, all of them will show you the same apartments because none of them are the ones representing them. They're just people who pretend that they're representing them, and I mean this, and they just call up, get access to show you, hopefully, and show you around, and then they make up a price and they pocket the difference. So that's generally how it works. So if that's fine for you, then okay, but be aware that that is often how it ends up working. So buyer beware very carefully. There are not listings. You can go on Facebook Marketplace and you'll sometimes find things listed. Most of us, same as anything, we walk around neighborhoods, pay close attention, ask around, know people, see what they recommend and so forth. That's generally the process. We do, when we're in a pinch, we do call some of the real estate agents and be like, what do you know is available? And what we learned very quickly of places for expats, if you call up Casa Roja, they may have like 6 places in the entire city. And every single expat gets shown the same 6 places. And tons of places are available that they don't know about because they have no access to information that you don't have. They just have been on Facebook Marketplace and have been driving around and have been asking people on a day-to-day basis. So they're a little bit more up to date, but they're just another person like you who's been going around paying attention and knows a few places to ask. And because they work with an agency, it's a little bit easier for them to get into contact with the owners and ask them if they can show the place. So it's difficult. Eritum says, "Howdy, Scott. How do you figure out the power bill situation?" Sorry if I'm spamming the chat. I'm having trouble using the chat. That's the first time you've posted, so I don't think you're spamming. Power bill is very difficult. It just is. Pretty much you end up renting and then see what your bill is and figure it out from there. It's a challenge, and it is a reason that people move on from apartments and a reason why people lock in at apartments as well. It goes both directions. So don't be surprised if that ends up a major factor in not just yours but a lot of people's decisions as to where they end up staying long term. That's one of the reasons that we kept the apartment for 2 years when we used it very lightly, and especially that second year we didn't really need it. That first year was Marcella was using it heavily because she was working there and didn't have a house. She has a house for the last year and a half. So the last year we still had it, but then we found we didn't really use it that much. But the power bill was practically zero, and we had air conditioning there. So we were like, an air conditioned apartment with no power cost really was such a good deal that we're like, nah, we'll just keep it. But then another place you may rent, and the power bill may be outrageous, and you're like, you know what, I'm not worth it. I'll just go find a place where it's cheap. So that's an unfortunate reality. Not everything about Nicaragua is all, roses and sugar plums. So there are times that we have negative things to report, and that you can't predict your power is one of them. I missed. Xpossess says, what is the age gap for dating in Nicaragua? In general, Nicaraguans have extremely little concern for age gaps. They don't really think about them. That's a very big thing in North America, to be very cognizant of ages in dating. So here you will find both the direction of age gaps, right? Whether the man is older or the woman is older, is of much less acknowledgement, concern, I don't know. But you'll find that the age gaps are more likely to just exist. and very large age gaps are very normal and not seen as weird in any way whatsoever, or frowned upon by families or anything like that. What is different here, though, is the extreme protection of children for dating. And so one of the reasons that age gaps are less of a problem here is that there is zero tolerance for any breach of the 18-year-old thing. There isn't any like, well, in this jurisdiction, 16 is good enough. Oh, it's, no. Here it is 18 and they mean it. And there isn't an exception. There is not a Romeo Juliet clause. And the example I like to give, and this is real, if you have two 17-year-olds who are both 17 and 364 days old, both of them, now I'm not saying that anyone's going to pursue this, but if they were picked up by the police, both having the same birthday, right, and one day before their birthday, if two 17-year-old and 364 days had intercourse, both can go to jail for statutory rape. Because just because you're under 18 doesn't mean that you have any special allowances. It's a rough situation. So be aware that that is very strict, which is very nice, because so many third world countries look the other way on that stuff, and Asia has gotten a lot of problems because of that, and they are now cracking down, which is good, but they have to crack down. Here it is extremely strict, and if you're from the United States, the U.S. has a special clause if you are convicted of that foreignly. Your time served outside the U.S. does not count towards your time still due in the U.S. And an American abroad dating outside of the acceptable age range is still prosecuted at home when they are finally released from their primary prison sentence. So the combination make it very serious. But outside of that, once someone is an adult, and to be clear, Nicaragua considers a 15-year-old to be an adult as far as activities and social obligations and behavior and how they're seen in society, but the dating age is 18 and strict beyond belief. But then once you hit that wall, it's the age gaps are really not a social thing. So Mello says, I just followed you. Thank you so much for the information. My pleasure. Jay Sham says, very thankful to learn from your channel. Can you continue to sell and ship items on eBay or Etsy in Nicaragua? So it depends. To the best of my knowledge, I mean, Nicaragua has no restrictions on that stuff. I do know Etsy, if they so much as detect you've visited Nicaragua, will instantly ban you with no further notice. That's it. Life ban. Etsy is very political, and it has affected community members in the last 2 weeks, right? And not only did they ban them, I believe they actually tried to steal some of their money, because they were just doing a purchase in the United States, American credit card to an American, but they sensed something about them being in Nicaragua, and because they were visiting Nicaragua at the time of their transaction, they got a life ban. So if you have anything, if you've ever posted, for example, on a YouTube channel about being in Nicaragua, be wary. Etsy's looking for you. Like they've got a political agenda and they're trying to do stuff. eBay, no, I don't believe there's any restrictions whatsoever. They're not a political entity; they're a business. So they're looking to make money. But yeah, so that happens to be very prescient that someone had that happen. And he's not been in Nicaragua for very long, and just tried to buy something, and they just took his money and banned his account. And there is no recourse. The same with Facebook, not with Nicaragua, but Facebook. If Facebook bans you for any reason, they have no recourse. You're not allowed to appeal. You're not given any chance to anything. It is a permanent unquestionable ban, and Etsy is the same. And they say if you try to make any account ever again, they will ban. They will always ban you, no matter all they have to do is suspect that you're someone who's been banned. So yeah, pretty crazy, and definitely enough to be like, wow. I never liked Etsy because it's so hard to find good stuff, but I never thought of them as like a thing to avoid because I was offended and hated by them, but I'm actually hated by them, as all of us are. Just the fact that, clearly, if you're willing to consider Nicaragua, they may not have enough to ban you, but they certainly wish they could. It seems to be the case. So we did look into Etsy a little bit, and if you do a little research as to their CEO and some accusations from international courts, it does actually, and a little bit about Nicaragua's lack of willingness to look the other way on international crimes, it does become really clear quite quickly why Etsy may decide that they don't want anything to do with countries that have a more stricter rule of law, like Nicaragua. So if you're interested, it took a 2-minute guess as to what was going on behind the scenes politically. Do a quick search on Etsy, and you'll see both why and I think one of the other problems is if anyone from Etsy was to come to Nicaragua, they do, like any executives from Etsy, I do believe Nicaragua has the international authority to restrain them for Interpol. So it falls into a category of, yeah. And kept me from ever wanting to do business with Etsy, so totally understand. But yeah, so that was the thing that went on this week. And it's amazing living in a place like Nicaragua, the things that come up and the things that you're exposed to that it's not that the U.S. has less or anything. It's that the ones that happen in the U.S., like, oh, we can't do business with this place because of some political thing or historic thing or something that's going on, some legal framework we didn't understand. But then you look at, but we're so used to it, we think nothing of it. Oh, we can't get that product because that's made in a country that we don't we aren't friendly with, and you just get used to that stuff in America. You can't buy Huawei 5G equipment, right? U.S. has a vendetta against them, so we just all know. And I worked in the space where people wanted to get that because we needed it for our work, and based on purely political things, we weren't allowed to buy them. So we're very used to, as Americans, just Americans as an example, having our rights determined. Our rights to commerce and products determined by the political winds at the moment. And we don't think much of it because we're used to it. But when you come to a new country, especially one like Nicaragua, where the winds are very different and the places that they interact with and what they care about is very different, sometimes you're shocked to find that things that were very normal where you're from are very frowned upon here, and vice versa. So you become much more exposed in that way, which is interesting. Xpizzazz says, what is the cost of living? I don't know how to give that number. And what is realistic monthly budget for a single person? Again, very, very hard. The lowest I've seen, $500 a month. The highest I've really seen, about $4,000 a month. I think most people tell you $1,500 to $2,500 is a really good monthly number where you're able to pretty much do anything you want, but you're not splurging all the time. If it was just me, right, could I live on $1,500 a month? It'd be low, but I could do it. With wife and kids, obviously we're spending a lot more. Both of my kids are teenagers, right? So food is a much larger budget item. Travel, right? We go places, we own a car. Luckily I didn't have to pay for that yet. I borrowed money from my father that I've not paid back yet, so. But without that, right, it would have been very difficult, or we would be renting cars or whatever. And so we have some things that make it a little bit more affordable for us, but in general, having a family of 4 and wanting to travel and stuff, there are certain costs with that. We just did a weekend in Managua, and to give you a feel, we stayed in a luxury apartment. We wanted to try it out. The hotels were super expensive for the weekend. It was a busy weekend, Thanksgiving, and so We rented a luxury apartment because it was a chance to rent one cheaper than staying in a hotel. Typically, just to give you an idea, my kids are very like, no, we just stay with you. So we get a 2-queen room in a nice hotel, like a little bit more spacious hotel. And so we end up dropping maybe $100 a night to stay in a hotel, but it's 1 room, 2 beds, we all fit. But the hotels got quite expensive, so we went for a luxury 2-bedroom condo with pool, like private pool and all kinds of stuff. It was $111, but the hotels were like $160. It was wildly more expensive than normal, and it was great, right? But that gives you an idea. Like, what if we wanted to rent a condo for the weekend? Well, we're looking at about $230 for a 2-night condo stay. It's not outrageous. In the United States, that would be dirt cheap. Here, that's super high-end luxury, and it was beautiful, right? We really liked it, but the cost of things it gets more expensive when you have a large family. If it was just me, I could easily go stay in a hostel for $20 and be pretty comfortable. So it all depends what you want to do and how things are. But most of what we like to do is food, and when you have 4 people, it just quadruples. Eratim says, in terms of the expat community there, are there many veterans living in Nicaragua? I would say the number of veterans living in Nicaragua is so absurdly high. I don't know what it is, and maybe, I mean, I've talked to a number of veterans, obviously, because I know tons, and my personal, very uninformed guess as to why veterans like Nicaragua so much is that veterans have a tendency towards a couple things. One is, mostly this is American veterans, but this would apply to Canadian too. Most veterans are on a fixed income. Maybe they have some other unfixed incomes that they've earned over their lifetimes, but most veterans who have earned a military retirement, it's fixed. And so they have a pension that is generally larger than a normal pension, not huge. So they have the ability to live on a fixed income relatively comfortably as long as they're not spending too much, and they don't have to worry about it fluctuating. And Nicaragua looks very favorably on fixed pensions, so as most countries do. So it's very easy for veterans to afford to live here and to be approved to live here based on their income type in retirement. And they often retire early or have the option to, and Nicaragua recognizes retirement at 45. So it's easy to find a retired American or Canadian veteran with a significant enough retirement package that if they live in a really cheap location, that fixed income could make them live quite comfortably for the rest of their lives with incredible stability and security that it's not going to go crazy, right? So that's one factor. The second, the second factor is that veterans, by the nature of having been in the military that's often deployed, have to have survived the military, just naturally somewhat adventurous, right? Oh, we're going to a new country. You can't be freaking out about that. A new country? What if they speak a different language? What if people don't want to sell me a sandwich, right? You can't act that way if you're in the military. So getting over some of those I'm panicky about going to a new place, even if they were like that when they were kids, well, the military probably beat that out of them, right, pretty quickly. So those things of like, I'm just scared of small little changes in life, often veterans don't have that, or it's super minimized. Everyone has, I guess, a little bit of it. Also, most veterans, or very large percentages of them, have been to other countries, which sounds a bit silly in a lot of different ways, but the average American has never been to another country, and just not necessarily fear, but the great unknown of going to another country is a mental barrier. Many veterans have that barrier wiped away for them. So they've spent some time in another country, and it could be as simple as having been deployed to Germany for training. Nothing crazy or scary, just something different, and that is just enough to make them go, another country is just a place with a different accent and different flavors. Like, what are you people worried about? But if you've never done it, it's like, I don't know what I'm worried about. I just don't know. And that makes the barrier, even if it's not a scary barrier, just I'm not willing to put in the effort to find out if this works for me, is often gone. And then the fourth thing is veterans very often have a greater than average concern and generally free healthcare in the United States, something that most retirees do not have. And so because of that, veterans are generally looking for places that have really good healthcare and healthcare that is so cheap that they're not being crippled by the fact that they suddenly have to pay for it when it was free where they came from. And Nicaragua having the best healthcare in the region, and that region may or may not include the United States. It certainly includes most things in the region, almost all of which we consider better than the United States under normal circumstances, so probably way better than the United States. But so Nicaragua having the best regional healthcare combined with public healthcare here is free and private is super affordable really hits home to a large percentage of veterans who all it takes is to be a veteran who's doing their research. You then go, wow, this checks an awful lot of boxes. And because it does, there's tons of other veterans who have already paved that path. And so they can be like, for example, Luke runs the Veterans WhatsApp group, and it's loaded with veterans who are able to answer questions like, how do I deal with this healthcare or that thing, or how this paperwork, who do I go to for this or that or the other thing, and help them navigate that. So we have a really big community for that overall. So yes, tons of veterans, and those are the reasons that I think that they specifically tend to gravitate here, whereas a more average retiree who may be 15 years older, even 20 years older. And of course, part of that is many veterans, this is like a semi-fifth point, many veterans retire from the military and expect that they have to work another 20 years in private industry or start their own business or whatever before they can really retire. Maybe they don't have to work as hard because they have that military pension, but they don't have enough to really make it in the United States in many cases. Maybe if you retire as an admiral or something, but if you're pushing 45 and you have a military pension and you look at Nicaragua, you have this very sudden, oh my gosh, I could retire now. Right now, all I have to do is get on a plane. That's some incentive, right? So I assume that is, and I know people who have had that exact thing happen to them, where they basically just realized they could retire and were like, bye guys, I'm out of here. John says, well, not Ollie North. That is correct. He has not been known to frequent Nicaragua. What is the quality of healthcare? Oh, I touched on that. And what are the options for private insurance or emergencies? The quality of healthcare is phenomenal. It is different than you expect to find in North America. In North America, they focus heavily on, I mean, it's not a bad thing if they only did this as an extra. They focus heavily on the facade of healthcare, and that's fine. What we mean is that the rooms are nicely painted, the lights are super bright, everything is perfect in its place. They like it to look a certain way, and Americans especially associate quality healthcare with this housekeeping aspect. And it would be wonderful if everyone in the world could have that level of housekeeping with their medical care. But it's expensive and doesn't really serve a purpose other than to make people feel like things are better than they are. If you go to the countries famous for the world's best healthcare, such as France, Italy, Greece, Spain, Germany, Nicaragua, Mexico, Colombia, they don't do these things. They're much more likely to have dingy light, not in the operating rooms, but the hallways, your room or whatever. They're much less likely to freshly paint the walls or do all this extra stuff. They're worried about your health care, not your impression of their facility, right? They're not answering to you. They don't care. So many people come and get healthcare here and are like, oh, this is not what I was expecting. There's a lot of cases where you may not have air conditioning in public facilities and such. You may be very confusing. It may feel very hectic and chaotic, and those things may be true. But the actual quality of care here is absolutely phenomenal. You get doctors who truly care, a legal system that protects you, not the doctors. All public care is free. The hospitals don't have a way to pay them. It's incredible. It is such a different experience than in the United States or Canada. And I've experienced used healthcare in Italy and France and Greece and here and have friends who've had to go through it in Panama and Colombia. And of course, Colombia probably second to none in the world overall, although France and Italy and Greece were all amazing. But here, are we at the absolute best in the world? No, we're not. It's true. We're not. But are we truly the best in the region? Yeah, I really believe we are. And that was before the opening of the largest hospital in Central America with our new cardiac unit, our new oncology unit. I've been through friends having 2 strokes here. I've been through people having massive dental reconstruction after damage in the United States. I've been through Marcella having Hodgkin's lymphoma treated here. I've been very involved with the healthcare industry here, simply by being a active participant in society. And it is consistently very, very impressive. And with a family of 4, right, people are, we've had plenty of surgeries here. We've had plenty of basic treatments here. I've had to deal with all levels of things, right, from doctors doing home care to paying nurses days on at a time, rabies exposure that would, just getting shots and how they deal with that and all kinds of things. We've been in ambulances. We've gone to distant hospitals. Like we've really run quite a bit of the gamut already, and it is consistently impressive. And having moved here almost immediately after having gone through what they believed was a heart attack in Texas, and seeing the absolute train wreck of healthcare in dealing with that. And I mean, had I actually had a heart attack, I would just be dead. They had no intention of getting me any care whatsoever. And every facility that you went to, it was just paperwork. They never even checked to see if you were about to die. It was of no interest. It must have taken 2 hours from the time that I went to see the urgent clinic until I actually saw a doctor. And in that time, nearly every moment was just lazy people doing paperwork and no one providing care. I would have been taken care of and home within 20 minutes in Nicaragua quite easily, because they probably would have listened to me and checked what it actually was, because I knew but needed them to verify, instead of putting some Yahoo doctor who's not had proper training or clue onto an EKG and freaking out because they thought I had a heart attack when they didn't know how to read an EKG. But the public care here, absolutely phenomenal, and the private care here is quite significantly good. The private care is mostly centered in Managua, but not entirely. Now, our big private hospital closed here in Leon that a lot of us used, and the one in Chinandega, but we got way more public facilities now. But the private in Managua, we use Vivian Pellis on a regular basis. They are phenomenal. They're the most expensive in the country. We have used Militar. We've used now Bautista, which a lot of people rave about, and we were very happy with all of those. And there's a lot of small private clinics. We do a number of things. My daughter has to have some iron treatments, and we do all of that private because it just gives us a lot of control over the care. We're able to do it just allows us to do what we want to do, and have the maximum control over schedules and where we're going to do things, whatever. And it's just been great. It's been great all around. Give me just a second. I'm going to stand up. I have to look for a nebulizer that may have been left here, and I need to identify if it is here or not. There's a bag on the floor, and I think this is it. I'm going to one. Pretty confident the thing that they're looking for was sitting here on my floor. Okay, she hasn't seen it yet. So, yeah, so the healthcare here has just been, I mean, it's a major reason to move to Nicaragua. Not that you would avoid Costa Rica or even Panama because of their healthcare. They're pretty good, but here it's so good that you would certainly be like, I'm seeking, like, I'm concerned about healthcare cost. I'm concerned about healthcare quality. Where should I go without leaving the north of Colombia zone? Nicaragua is your far and away choice. Now, if you have really specific care, you may end up anywhere, right? Oh, I have this really specific cancer. Who's the right place for that? Well, you may find that it's a hospital in Honduras. You may find that it's Guatemala. You may find that it's Mexico City, right? It could be anywhere that's the specialist. It could be one doctor who makes a difference on being the specialist in that one thing. But as far as like, I don't know what's going to go wrong with me. I just want to make sure I have access to the best possible healthcare. Well, if the absolute best healthcare and you want to be in the Western Hemisphere, no question, you're going to Medellin. But if you're looking at north of Medellin, pretty much Nicaragua is your best bet. So that's kind of where you're going to be. Jay Sham says, what if someone wants to sell native plants and aquatic plants and fish? I mean, I guess I don't understand the question. You're allowed to have a store and you're allowed to sell things that are local for the most part. I've never seen anyone. Oh, no, that's not true. I know someone who has an aquarium, but they're not a popular thing here. Just taking care of fish has never occurred to most Nicaraguans. But if you wanted to, I'm sure you can have the store. I cannot speak to whether I think it's a good business plan or not. That seems crazy. As far as selling native plants, that's already a huge industry. The viveros are everywhere. So there's little chance that you will get any traction at all. As far as that, I mean, you're talking, that is a business anyone can start here. So they have. Is the old Nintendo game Contraband there? Contra is not actually in reference to Nicaragua, last I checked. But the name definitely does make you think. I always thought it was, but then I remember looking into it at some point and been like, oh, it's not. It just seems that way. But they actually, people do play that here a little bit because classic games are popular. Tesla or Edison. Tesla or Edison, I see. Up, down, left, right, A, B, select, start. Contra cheat code over 30 years ago, still remember. My gosh, that game is, I love that game. That was one of the better NES games for sure. Missed those days. Diego says, hello. Expossess says the standard of care is appalling back home. It is likely they get paid more to keep you sick. They definitely do. Right? That's where all the money is. The original Joe Schmo, 100%. John Mason says, I had a DO that misread a radiology report and thought my break wasn't healing. Went to a radiologist. He said, no, you're fine. No need to wear the wrist brace anymore. At least you had a second opinion. My dad says, glad I caught that half hour, but I have an early start tomorrow. Good night. Night, Dad. Love you. I think I have to walk to Marcella's house with a nebulizer. We're going to see. I don't know how else to get it to her. That is a bit ridiculous, but I have no car tonight. Is there a caveat to using the healthcare? What are the requirements and status? There's no requirement. Like you get off the plane, you break a leg, you go to the hospital. It's that simple. Caveats to using the public healthcare. Definitely there are caveats, and most of us don't use it, right? So that gives you a little bit of a idea. I mean, of course, if you go to public healthcare, right, you're not going to get private rooms. You're not going to get air conditioning. You're not going to get a private chef, actual thing in the good hospitals. You're going to be on their schedule. You're not going to have a translator. Most of them don't speak English. I go to the hospital here on a semi-regular basis. No one speaks English. You have very little control over your care. The care is excellent, but they're not going to let you dictate everything, right? You're going to get, if this is the medicine they use for that, that's the medicine they're going to use for that. Now, if you're allergic to it, of course they're not going to do that. But if you are like, oh no, I really like this or that, they're going to be like, look, this is what you get. And so it's it's much more limited, and most expats don't do it. And in some cases, there's a lot less painkillers, a lot of things that expats have a tendency to be like, oh, I was expecting to be knocked out for this. And they're like, nope. So those things are different and often what people are willing to pay for. The private healthcare is so cheap that most of us just pay out of pocket. Like, I don't know anyone who has insurance. The idea of insurance is a bit weird. Like, why would you get insurance? It's gotta cost so much to administer the insurance. How could it ever be worth it? And I'm sure there are cases where it's worth it. I'm not saying it's not, but it is not worth it on average for most people. Most people are just like, nope, the smart thing is to just pay out of pocket. I'm going to get a much better experience that way and not have to pay when I don't need it. I do want to point out that Contra was not called Contra as an original name. That was a marketing name applied later. Its actual name was Operation C. Or at least one of them. There was also Super Contra, also known as Super Contra: The Alien Strikes Back. Now maybe the original Contra was it called Contra? Oh, it was. Okay, never mind. 1987 from Konami. I need to find a way to play that. I haven't seen it in so long. Nostalgia. Video game nostalgia. For those of us who are kids in the 80s, video game nostalgia is a very real thing. John says, off topic for tonight, but on one of the Thursday lives, I would like to get a little input on paying myself via dividends or rent or something like that. I mean, we can definitely talk about it tonight. That's called a rentista, or just in general, that type of income is known as rentista. If you're going to get a visa for it, it's the rentista visa, but people don't often realize that just the income is called rentista. John, what country are you coming from? That's the first thing you want to know. The original Joe Schmo says, I'd honestly rather pay for medical care if it is better than the current state of free VA care you get here in the U.S. Right. Man, the VA. I believe I still have an X with it. An X with Contra? With what? The care is way better than the VA, from anyone I know. But you often don't have to be paying for it. The game might be on Steam. It might be here. So Nicaragua just released a new video game console here in country, and it's definitely on that. And that's $160 for the console and includes all the games. So if you're into retro gaming, come down and order yourself a video game console. You actually WhatsApp them to place the order, but I saw the prices, $160, and it comes with 2 controllers, and you just plug it into your TV. It's a nice little. It looks nice. I gotta try it. Oh, he actually means a Windows installer. Okay. Diego, have you seen the new retro something? What's it called? Where do I have Instagram? I gotta look it up. I'm very interested. Once I get a chance, I want to track one down because it looks really good. Retrox and the Retrox. Not much info yet. Only 109 followers. Retro plug-and-play consoles. Comes with over 1,000 classic games. But no real info yet. They are showing off that it comes with... I can't tell what this game is. Mega Man, I think. Super Mario Brothers, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. Mario Kart 64. The original Mortal Kombat. But it looks pretty nice. But, no real info. So I'm just waiting and seeing. But Diego might know something, being more connected with the Managua scene. I lost my... Lost my spot where I was talking to you guys. I'm looking for a tour guide. This is id group to show me around Managua. I want to spend a couple of weeks getting to know different parts of the city. Do you know of any service like that? I am completely confident there is no service like that. Getting an individual person to do that, sure, but you're gonna have to find someone who's out of work, because obviously they can't just take a few weeks off to show you around. But nobody offers services to show you around Managua. There's just no way. The number of, I mean, if anyone would be exposed to people looking for that service, it would be me, and I've never heard of anyone looking for it before. That would be really fun, of course, but like, you're also talking about, like, there's basically no human that could do that. I'll get back to it real quickly. Eratum says, Scott, you're a fountain of knowledge. I'm going to grab some Z's. Hope to join these live sometime in the near future. Remember, tomorrow's the long one, so try and take a nap ahead of time and try to join us on that one. It's a really good one. John's from the USA. We're going to get back to John and his dividends in a moment. But the challenge is, probably you need someone who speaks English in most cases, and you need someone who has a bit of an expat perspective to be able to explain the neighborhoods and the opportunities in a way that are going to make sense for an expat. And because Nicaraguans will be like, well, it's this, it's that. Like, you're going to spend your whole time like figuring out the relationship with the Nicaraguan rather than getting the feeling of the neighborhoods. So the challenge is that you need someone who is exceptionally well versed in Managua, which almost doesn't exist. Most Managuans don't spend their time going around Managua. So Marcela is a great example. She grew up in Villa Libertad. She has spent quite a bit of time in Rubenia because her family had a family there, so these two isolated spots. And then she knows really well the area around Metro Centro because you do shopping there. She knows the areas around the Teatro Nacional because events happen there. She knows a few of the areas in between those because you travel back and forth. And she's not unfamiliar with like the Carretera Messiah because she used to live in Granada and have to travel that. But most Nicaraguans, most Managuans, Mananguitas, are going to be traveling by taxi and not driving. Most of them are going to be isolated to your barrios. I've been told in Leon, I was told this years ago, so I'd only lived in Leon for 2 to 3 years. I was told that I was the single most knowledgeable person about the neighborhoods and different areas of Leon because there was no one else who was going from barrio to barrio and checking them out. Everyone else had the barrio they lived in, a barrio they were considering living in, and the center that they came in and out of. If you weren't doing one of those things, you didn't go into a barrio to explore it. So people who live in the barrios around Leon, they all know the barrio they grew up in. They might know one that they had friends in or something, but that's it. That's it. Finding someone, especially in Managua, who spent time going around and exploring Managua is all but impossible. Requires someone quite affluent. People who are poor do not get to do that stuff, and isn't working, and is willing to work as a tour guide. Like, the combination of things really borders on the impossible. So unfortunately, that's as cool as that would be. Like, the thing that I would say is, one, there's a lot of Managua you don't need to look at for decision making. If you're going to live in Managua, you got plenty of time to explore the nooks and crannies. It's a neat city. It's a city you can put a lot of time in. Here we go. Diego says, I was raised in Managua all my life, and I only know the Rubenia area, the Metro Center area, and Carretera Norte. Right. Even I know more of Managua than the average Managuan. And I'm not there that much, and I didn't go there at all my first 5 years. It took me 5 years before I really went to Managua because we were all told how scary it was and stuff, right? When it's not at all. But I'm familiar with Belo Horizonte and Altamira and Las Colinas and Jaguitas and Lomas de Guadalupe and Libertad and Venezuela and Las Cumbres and Santo Domingo, Villa Fontana Sur, Aurora, all the downtown zones. I know a little bit of like San Judas, a tiny bit out west. I've spent a lot of time just exploring Najapa, tons of time in Ciudad Sandino, a tiny, tiny, tiny bit in El Doral. I've driven Cuba and all kinds of places. I've spent times out at the airport. I had employees who lived in Sabana Grande. And so I know that area a little bit, like Esquipulas, right? Very, very, very few Managuans actually have that experience of like exploring the city in that way. And so it's a rare thing. It really is. And, you know, Diego grew up in Managua is a great example. He grew up in Managua, is relatively affluent, relatively well educated. He has a lot of stuff going for him. You'd be like, oh, he speaks English. He's got all these things going for him. Of course, he's employed and isn't available to be your tour guide, but he's that like best case scenario. This is someone who's very interested and educated, like has all the things going, but there's never been a driver to go out and explore the city. And as he says, the city is mostly residential without anything interesting, so there's really no reason for us to get to know the rest of the city. The interesting thing there is, I think people everywhere in the world say those things. That's what makes places interesting to me. And that's why I love exploring cities. I like being places where people live, not where there's tourist stuff. Tourist stuff to me is boring. Of course, you have to go see it. Like, ooh, that's a beautiful cathedral. But what do? You walk by a cathedral, go, what is this? It's just a thing that people sit in front of and have a elote. But what's actually interesting is seeing the little coffee shop in the little neighborhood and seeing how people live in the different spots and what's the neighborhood bar like and you know, what band is playing there. And because of Nicaragua, I'm much more connected with the restaurant. You can take me into any neighborhood and I'll be like, oh, I know that bar, I know that restaurant, even in some pretty crazy places. I think that you really are loaded with beautiful opportunities in Managua that Managuans know nothing about. That is one of the hardest thing for Managuans is that nobody knows their city, and it's actually quite good. No one goes out and finds stuff. Getting people to get out and explore is quite hard. There also is this challenge that there aren't like Airbnbs all throughout the city. If you do an Airbnb search, you're like, whoa, this is pretty limited. You can get some Airbnbs in some pretty nice spots, but that's about it. Now, partially that's because a lot of Managua is very poor. And so there's a lot of dense housing in areas you really wouldn't realistically want to consider. Are you really going to head out to Libertad, to Nueva Nicaragua, to Milagro de Dios, de Villa Venezuela, Colonia Primera de Mayo, Jardines de Veracruz? No, probably not. You're probably not going to go into those areas. Even Bello Horizonte, you're not going to go there. Or Camilo Chamorro, or Las Mercedes, or Concepcion de Maria, Mercado Mayorillo. All those areas, right? Are they places you're going to really consider? No. Almost no foreigner is ever going to consider those areas. They just don't make sense. But the number that would make sense and the number that you end up with foreigners finding their way into is pretty significant. And there's just loads and loads of beautiful neighborhoods that are interesting and fun and have potentially really good living is pretty cool. But so that's going to be this huge challenge to making it work. Looking for a tour guide, fountain of information. Diego says, I don't really play video games. Last one I played was, I was like 10 and it was Mario World 2. Diego says there's like two things to look at Managua and it's boring. I really don't agree with that. If you're going there as a tourist, that's why I say as a tourist, Managua is a pretty lame city. But honestly, as a tourist, Leon's a pretty lame city. There's just not a lot to see when you're a tourist. But when you're exploring and doing a cultural investigation, like I want to learn how people live and explore life, and then they're endlessly amazing, right? So that's what I like. And so for me, Managua offers just as much as you know, Paris or whatever. Okay, not quite as much as Paris, but Paris is also much, much larger, right? And I really like going to the bakery in Paris. Steve Stone says, I'm back from watching yesterday's show. Thanks for pointing out the clause in the proposed law by Senator Moreno that would strip U.S. citizenship from those who would fail to select U.S. or another country. Thanks for noticing that I caught that. Nobody's pointing that out, but it's written into the law and not fun. Jay Sham says, I saw in a video they have a Chevrolet car dealership in Managua. They do. How much are Chevy Silverados? I do not know. I do not price them out. They are expensive. They're a luxury here. They're a show-off car, and I can say I've seen 2 on the road. I did see one on the road in Managua this past weekend. It stood out to me because I never see Silverados, but I have no idea what they cost. But they purely exist. The Chevy and Ford dealers, they are not sensible vehicles to have here. You will pay an arm and a leg compared to the unbelievable number of dirt cheap options that we have, often that have more repair options around the country. CM says, super close to buying land in Playa Jiquilite in Popoyo area. That's what we heard last time. What have you moved forward with anything, or is it still just getting close? How much does it cost to get a master's degree there? I don't know for sure, but so I don't know. Maybe $5,000-$6,000. I would say probably starting from high school. Diego says, I was raised in Managua. Oh, we already read that. Janet says, Ramon knows all the barrios in Leon. Is that true? I'm going to challenge him to a barrio duel. Diego says, maybe a taxi driver, but even a lot of taxi drivers, we are all the time in Managua telling taxi drivers stuff, and they have no idea where to go. So it's a rare taxi driver who really knows. Diego says, yeah, you really only know where you live and where you work. Sebastian Flores is here. Hey, Scott, how you doing? I'm doing well. Diego says, the city is mostly residential. We did read that. It says, I love exploring neighborhoods. Diego says, Expazaz really depends where you get it. I was looking at some earlier this year. It's between $5,000 and $20,000. Jay Sham says, I'm from New York City. Most New Yorkers have the same mentality. They only know a couple local spots. Yeah, it's really true. I lived in New York City for a while. Not a long while, but it was very much the same. I would explore all of Westchester. I explored all over the city. I would walk everywhere. It was really cool, but most people are like, I don't know any of these places that you go. Antonio Salinas, Nicaragua, tierra de lagos y volcanos. Volcanes. I'm always terrible at that. Yes, the land of lakes and volcanoes. Brian says, Wednesday. Yes, we're still doing the long one tomorrow, but I did not have any chance to do a video today. And how long? We've been on an hour and a half. I'm making this like a real live stream when I'm just doing a quick video. Diego says, buying a Chevrolet is so expensive here. There's no refactions. I don't know what a refaction is. But you do not want a Silverado here. Let's just... honestly. Does Nicaragua, this is D. Gilbert, have a store like Menards? No one has a store like Menards. Let's just be safe. Or Home Depot, where you go to buy tools and equipment for working on building a shed or projects around the house. I mean, there's Cinsa, there's Jenny's, there's Ferreterias. Nothing's quite like a Home Depot or a Menards for sure. But... oh, Diego says there's no Silverados, just Colorados, Trailblazers, and Montana. That's possible. Most of the American dealers only bring in a couple things. And a Silverado would be super expensive here. Like, no one would buy it. So, I guess must not be. Yeah, those would be the closest things to a Home Depot. But obviously those things exist. People build houses here, right? So it's not like you're going to stop into a Home Depot type thing and wander around and be like, look at all the cool things I have to buy. It's definitely a different shopping experience. I can't believe how much we're doing on the live stream. Well, it's very popular. We're just staying on, apparently. My kids have not said that they want to hang out tonight. I don't know what they're planning on doing. I don't know how I'm going to get this nebulizer over to Marcella yet tonight. Oh, Paul's here. He can probably drive it over. I got to see if I can find him. Betty has twice as many. I know people who can sell you some vehicles, Brian says. Jay Sham says, well, the Colorado 2, I ask only because of the all-terrain capabilities. So all-terrain here, you definitely want Hilux or Land Cruiser, Frontier. Those are the most popular. And now Chery has a new truck here. I don't know how it is, so don't run out and buy that just because they said they had one. Great Wall is here. They make a lot of the trucks. But Nissan and Toyota are your all-terrain vehicles here. You would definitely not buy a Chevy here with the intent of taking it on rough roads. It's a premium luxury, it's like buying a Corvette, or just also a Chevy, of course, or other flashy vehicle, because their cost ratio is completely out of whack with the market coming from the United States. And because there's very, very, very few tailleurs to work on them, you do not go for them when you're going to abuse them. You go for them when you're going to baby them and drive them around the city and be like, look, I got an expensive foreign vehicle. Chinese and Japanese for reliability and maintainability and workhorse vehicles here. Just the nature of the market. In the U.S., it'd be completely different. Chevy is a great workhorse vehicle in the United States. Ford's a great workhorse vehicle in the United States, but not so much here, just because of parts and maintenance. Do you know more or less the price of land in Playa Santana? No, I do not know the price. Ridiculous, right? Because it's completely controlled and not floating on the market. So that is a oh no, just Playa Santana. I don't know the prices. It's basically empty. So my guess is that waterfront down there must be, I don't know, 15K would be my guess based on busier beaches and how little demand there is. That region is nice, but the demand is low as much as, and everyone there will be like, it's super expensive. Now Rancho Santana is right there, which is super expensive, right? Very, very, very exclusive. So anywhere that they control, they just set the prices, right? Because you're inside Rancho Santana. And they famously spent a fortune, and it's very, very nice, and lost their shirts. And they're just stuck with property that they can't shift because they paid so much more than it was worth. But if you're outside the resort, which is where I was thinking you were looking at, it should be really, really, really cheap because it's not particularly in demand and is very empty. So land itself, even waterfront in Nicaragua, is not expensive. Are there loads of people that they convince to pay very high amounts for things? Yes. So you find people who are paying very expensive rates sometimes. But then when you find out what your neighbors paid, then suddenly it's worth very, very little. So no matter where you go, you'll find someone who's like, I paid $300,000 for this waterfront spot. I got such a deal. And the person directly next to them is like, I paid $10,000 for a bigger lot. Why did you pay $300,000? Right? And they'll be like, but isn't it worth it? And they're like, no one's buying any of this. Right? Are you asking Diego what losing their shirts means? They invested just millions and millions of dollars, and famously it didn't return it. Right? It's while it's a beautiful, wonderful spot, its understanding is not very busy. Like everywhere in Nicaragua, places that make their money on foreigners don't tend to make money. Not that they didn't do a great job with it, not knocking them. Tons of us made bad business decisions and lost money in Nicaragua. That's very normal. CM says $23.5 at the meter squared in Playa Chiquilite. How do you come to that price? That's the interesting one. Like, how does anyone come to the price per square meter? Because every lot has a different value. Hilux, I always heard, was good. We don't get them in the U.S. Are they pricey? They're pricey compared to just normal vehicles, but they're like the workhorse truck here. So if you're getting a base model, they're not bad. If you're getting a fancy one, they're a bit expensive because it's what the rich kids buy to drive around. So half of them are like, soccer mom vehicles to show off, and half of them are work trucks on the farm. So it's all over the place. Let's see. I'm going to bring up a calculator. Okay, so if it's 23.5 per acre, per meter, and there's 4,046 meters in an acre, you're saying that the price... CM, I gotta tell you, you're saying that the price per acre is $95,000 down there? Someone is pulling your chain. Now, assuming that's waterfront, that's still crazy. But I guess it depends how much waterfront. I don't know. And I assume you're saying empty, not with a house on it. That's what it should be with a house on it, maybe. But that's nuts. If you're looking at, well, the busier beaches up north, like, an acre's pretty good. Let me see what we just paid for. So this is not waterfront, but just off waterfront is just over $7 on the high side up north per square meter. I guess waterfront, that's not that bad, but it's still quite high if it's actual beachfront. Marcella's like, oh my gosh, you have my nebulizer. Hold on, I'm going to see if I can find a car. I don't think he's awake. We have a lot of people on. This is awesome. Diego says they actively hire and pay very well. I really thought they were doing okay. Well, so they have to hire and pay really well because they're a luxury place. Like, I'm not saying they're not doing a good job, right? But loads of places hire and pay really well and just lose money, right? So it is often a Nicaraguan thing to mistake, and lots of foreigners do this too, but Nicaraguans having, on average, a lot less business training often perceive salaries and how busy a place is and construe that with success, and that is not at all the case. You have to look at them and say, well, what is their alternative? Just going out of business and letting the place rot? Is it lowering their quality and trying to... No, they're kind of stuck. They're trying to provide a premium place. So their only hope really is to keep the prices really high and to keep the service really high. And that's my understanding is what they're doing, right? They're doing a nice job. They just don't have, what I've been told, anywhere close to the traffic necessary to actually make the place make money, because they put in, making money requires you when you put, so let's say you put $10 million into a property, right? To make money, by definition, your profits need to clear $900,000 per year. Otherwise, you're losing versus doing nothing in the U.S. market. That's just holding steady, right? That property, my understanding is a lot more than 10 million went into it. And for that kind of profit to be coming out of it year after year after year is not likely at all. If it's less than that, they're actually losing money. If they're making that, they're just treading water, which is okay. Treading water is okay. Owning your own place and having a luxury place to work out of and get to say you own is worth something, right? But you have to look at the whole picture, and it is extremely rare that you would see something like that able to make money in the situation that it's in. Have you seen those residentials in Managua that are really expensive, like $100,000 for the house the size of Toral, well positioned in the Rotunda Periodista? No, I've not seen them in the Periodista. Oh wait, no, I have. Just like one or two sitting out there for you to see. That's $100,000. I would not pay $100,000 to live on that Rotunda. Diego says, even for the position, I find those prices crazy. Yeah, that's really high. How is the internet, Expat, how is the internet connectivity for working remotely while on vacation? So the internet in the country is excellent. Good luck finding a tourist place that's going to give you excellent internet. Tourists in general do not get good internet. That's a challenge with the industry. And that's a challenge anywhere, right? Even if you're in America and you're a tourist, often you end up in a hotel and the internet's crap. Right, because they're sharing a 30 meg connection in between 100 rooms. They put in garbage equipment. Even quite nice, expensive American hotels often have pretty crappy internet. So the same situation exists here. You're going to go rent someone's house. Well, that person, one, doesn't know anything about internet. Go follow expat communities talking about hooking up their internet. The average expat doesn't have the first clue how to order, acquire, or support their internet connection in their house. They just don't. And the average Nicaraguan doesn't either. I'm just saying that expats don't fix that. It's not a Nicaraguan thing. And then good luck finding someone who understands what good equipment is and how to set it up properly in the house and maintain it. And then good luck finding anyone who knows how to shop for that in Nicaragua, because it's much harder than in the US. And then find someone who can do all those things and cares that their guest who's not coming back is going to have a better internet experience. That's a hard thing. Being a digital nomad anywhere in the world is challenging. I've lived all over, and one of the hardest things is getting a rental property where the internet isn't complete garbage. And I've been, very rich countries, very expensive houses, doesn't make it, sometimes makes it worse. Italy and Spain, some of the worst I've ever experienced. Can expats do an import-export to the U.S.? So are you asking, can tourists do import and export? Legally, yes, you can run a business like anyone else. Are you going to find being a tourist doing an import-export business easy? It'll be pretty challenging. You will not have the connections that make it worthwhile. If you really know what you're doing, export could make sense. Import, I can tell you. If you have to ask me if it's possible, you do not have the necessary connections. You're looking at a lifetime of uphill battle to try to gain the necessary connections to make importing advantageous, right? It's just like in the U.S. If you want to be an importer, it all comes down to who you know and stuff. And it's as a foreigner, especially as a tourist, you're not going to be in the know, right? So that's just tough. Export, if you can find things here that you want to export, you could potentially make it work if you have the connections on the U.S. side, assuming it's the U.S. you want to send to. I forgot to go back to John, who asked about doing dividends into Nicaragua from the U.S. Don't. That is not what you do unless you're outrageously wealthy. You send your money by salary because your salary is tax-free. Your dividends are not. Your dividends make your money in the United States. Your salary is paid to you in Nicaragua. So you want to do salary so you get it tax-free until you make outrageous amounts of money. Then you want to do dividends because it's a lower tax rate. And even that, you want to do a little bit of salary before you go to the dividends, but I don't know how much. $5,000, $10,000 a year, I don't know. Your accountant should be able to work out what's best for that. But you don't just jump to dividends because the equation is utterly different. It is salary that you want to take when you are here. And if you're getting dividends and you're like, well, I'm getting dividends, how do I get that as salary? You set up a company that gets the dividends and you pay yourself a salary for managing the company. Diego says, Expazaz, I don't know, in hotels, I work remotely and I get 300 meg fiber, pretty neat and stable. Yeah, that's the nice thing. Those of us who live here, we get excellent internet because we just call up the internet providers and order good internet. But in the hotels, good luck finding a hotel that does that. CM says, the Buena Onda area is great. I've been there many times. I started looking around and asking people directly, not through real estate agencies. I speak fluent Spanish, and from what I'm seeing, all the lots from the beach up to the new Costanera Road cost around 20 to 30 per meter squared. The only thing I can tell you is, if I did the same process and asked people what the prices of things were here, I would get the exact same answers. No one has the real numbers. And I mean that. No one has the real numbers, and no one has a reason to tell you the real numbers. So that is the experience. As an investor here, as someone who has been buying land for a long time, I can tell you, beyond any doubt, you cannot ask people who are not experienced, successful land investors for the price. Even if you ask me, right? If you said, Scott, I'm coming to where you know, and I want you to tell me what things are worth. And you know what? I will give you prices that are too high because I'm not savvy enough to get the good prices yet. But I'm getting a quarter what most people are getting, including the locals, right? So the locals who are not buying and selling land, they're like, I don't know, some foreigner told me this. I don't know, someone said this, right? If they want to tell you the truth. There's also no incentive for anyone to tell you the truth. Everybody is incentivized to jack up the prices for one reason or another. And so now 20 to 30 meters squared, if you're actually on the beach with plenty of beachfront, is high, but it's not completely, utterly insane. Because that is, you know, that at an acre, right? You're talking about 100,000 per acre and then on the low end, probably, I don't know what that is, maybe 80,000 per acre. If you had an acre of waterfront, so that's 80,000. That feels pretty high, but that's not insane. But if you said it was $20 per acre and it wasn't the actual waterfront, oh my gosh, you need to be on a better beach or talk to better people. Right. We're not paying that much for places with homes on them in the rest of the country. And our places are full, right? You're looking at beaches that are empty waterfront space. We're talking about places where every inch is being fought over, and the prices are nothing like that. So this is pretty far off. So my guess is if I was down there, I would be getting waterfront at 10 to 15. I couldn't just buy absolutely anything. I couldn't, places where rich people have it and are just holding out because they don't care about ever selling and they're willing to wait 20 years. Sure. Somebody eventually will pay a lot, maybe. Actually, very rarely is that true. Most people who hold out like that just lose. But it's easy to tell, right? Is the beach full or are there empty spaces? If there's empty spaces, it means they're not selling very fast because other parts of the country are full. So if the place is in demand, cost less, that means it costs less. Diego says, I have also worked many times on cell phone connections, $10 to get me through a week. Sam says, none of these are beachfront lots because you can't fully own that land. You can only lease it. That's actually what makes it the most valuable. That's why we only buy there. So anybody who's warning you off of that, they're scamming you, or they know nothing about real estate. So this is we actually seek out the waterfront lots because that indigenous lease is an additional part of your protection. There's really no downsides to it, except for there's a little bit higher taxes. But the taxes are only once every 99 years. But you have the protections of the indigenous community in addition to the national protections. There's essentially, other than that tax, no downsides, but there's solid upsides. But people who know nothing about real estate will tell you, oh no, you got to get a deed because they're somehow scared of leases because they don't understand them. But those leases are really solid protection. from a lot of things. So that's so funny that they're using the lower cost of the higher quality land to try to trick you into paying even more for the less valuable land off beach. Like, that's just... You can see what I mean by how the scams work, right? Now, part of it is people who are intentionally scamming, but part of it is communities that get scammed at communities, at a community level, right? So when no one is buying land, which you can see in the Popoyo area, lots of it is empty, right? Tons is empty on the beachfront. You have a lot of speculation as to what things are worth, and locals really have no idea because they're never buying that stuff in this way. And so the people who buy are very CM, I won't buy if it's not leasing because I don't want the low quality deeded land. I want the high quality leased land. I'm a solid investor. I'm not going to waste $15 an acre on non-leased beach land in Popoyo. Heck no. See, that's the difference. Indigenous land in Nicaragua's community and by law cannot be legitimately sold. You are correct. It cannot be legitimately sold, but it can be leased for all eternity. The lease, so no matter what you say, look, I've been an investor here for a while and I only invest in leased land. You're definitely getting scammed by people who are I don't know who's telling you this, right? Is this like, I mean, this sounds like something a real estate agent would say, right? The state can cancel it later. They cannot. And lose your money. You cannot. High risk of land conflicts. No, it's actually the lowest. You're stating exactly why you get it. And even violence in those areas. You're saying that the highest quality until they don't change law? So the indigenous land is the most protected because of all the reasons he says. The state has no control over indigenous land. They can only enforce the land ownership. They can't come in and do anything with it. The indigenous lease is the strongest thing short of a real. So I do have a real as well. I have leases and reals. I don't have any deeds. The deeds are, across the board, the least desirable form of land ownership. The reals are the most desirable, but extremely rare, and only exist if you can find land that basically has never traded since when Spain was still here, right? I got super lucky. It took me forever, and it took people knowing people and vouching for me and going into a jungle and talking to someone whose family's owned land since the Spanish conquest, and I was able to get a real on some land. But that is a very special case and does not apply to the beach. The beaches were stripped of their reals long ago. Not all the beaches, but the beaches that have the indigenous leases. The indigenous leases, and I have been through land conflicts, and thank goodness for the indigenous leases. That's what protects us. You really don't have to worry about if you actually got the land. It's official. It's not, oh, they said, he said, who gets out there and surveys it first and all this BS that you have to worry about with deeds. Everybody I know who's getting deeds has all this. Now, it's mostly because they didn't go through the same level of diligence that the indigenous community forces you to go through. But the indigenous community gives you a much stronger, ironclad, cannot be questioned right to the most desirable space. And the buildings you build on it are yours regardless of the land stuff. So even under those circumstances, you have like this additional thing. And they've been there for forever. So it's and there's no reason to have concerns about the state and land. That is an American fear of American traditions that do not apply here. But if you were to have concerns about the country and land ownership, the one place you have the most protection is in the indigenous communities because they are sacred. And the state has no ability to step in and alter them. So it's a really, really, really nice extra kicker. And you really never get land conflicts because every bit of land is inspected for your space and your ownership by the cacique. And so it's really powerful. Diego says, what is a real? A real is what it sounds like. It is a royal charter from the King of Spain granting the land ownership. So instead of a deed, which is granted at the Nicaragua level, it is a real, a royal charter granted at the New Spain colony level. So it predates the nation of Nicaragua and recognizes the land as having been unmodified throughout the entire history of the country. Doesn't mean it wasn't transferred, but it hasn't been modified. It has not been broken up. It has not been turned into a deed. It did not encroach on indigenous territories and all that stuff. So that's so funny. Maybe that's why I need to go buy waterfront in Popoyo, because there's so many real estate agents going after everyone that they're keeping people from investing in the good land. That's crazy. If you came up and said that outside of the Rivas zone, everyone would be like, what are you talking about? Only in Rivas does that stuff manage to get hold. I said this the other day. I was in Managua and ran into this guy from San Juan del Sur who was talking about all this stuff that was happening. And I kept asking, like, did you see it happen? Well, no. Did you talk to someone who saw it happen? No. Did you... What do you think happened? He couldn't even describe it. He was just so upset about all these things that he had imagined, he had hallucinated them. It was wild, but the stuff, the gossip in the San Juan del Sur zone is so extreme. It's just, he's like, oh, all these terrible things happen. I'm like, can you describe any of them? Do you know of a single building that's been affected? A single person? Any actual story? Well, no, it hasn't actually happened to any people. Who did it happen to? And then he kept being like, people took my land. I'm like, you own that land? Well, I didn't own it. What do you mean they took it from you if you never owned it? Well, it was mine. How was it yours? Are you saying you were stealing it from someone? As far as I know, that's actually what he was doing. How is it more protected than a deed? Makes no sense. So a real predates all of the allotments of the deeds. Deeds are done by the alcaldía, right? So anything that's deeded has this municipal like oversight, and that's where a lot of the problems come in. Not that they're like problems, but you have a lot more due diligence to have to do, because it's like, who drew the lines, who recorded the lines, are there overlapping deeds? You have to research like all the deeds and figure out who really owns the land. And as often as happening in San Juan del Sur, when it's not indigenous, which most of San Juan del Sur is not, you end up with these people who are constantly like, oh yeah, I bought this land from this guy, and there's like this record, and then it turns out the guy they bought it from had never owned the land. And there's a really common thing down in Rivas, especially on the beaches, when they're not indigenous, that people will fake the deeds and a couple layers of the deeds, and they'll have several people involved, like real estate agents and lawyers, or people who say that they're lawyers. They're probably not actually lawyers, who will all be like, no, this is how it works. These deeds are good, blah, blah, blah. And then people often don't know that it has to be checked with the alcaldía. They don't know how to check the other overlapping deeds and so much. So you end up with a lot of potential risk. When you're doing indigenous leases, you really can't have that happen because the cacique directly inspects it. You still need to have surveys done, right? It's still a normal land purchase for all intents and purposes, but it has that, it's so much less unknown. And then a real has a survey that goes back time immemorial and supersedes. You can't go get a later thing and be like, oh, look, no, I think the lines are actually... No. The real is above all, right? So it's the most powerful. But you pay extra. You might easily pay double for a real. So people really seek it out. But I've only ever encountered it once. I've never met anyone who's had the opportunity to buy a real other than me, and we jumped on it. So not an easy thing to find. John says, okay, thanks to some prelim planning. Diego says, Expazaz, the sim is like $1.5. I'm not sure what that was. Waterfront. You inspired me to go with my twin sister in February. Fellow upstate New Yorker here. Oh, awesome. Indigenous land is... So CM says, indigenous land in Nicaragua is communal by law and cannot be legitimately sold. I don't think we really adequately explained that. So it is communal, but they lease it. The community agrees to lease it as a community, so it's unquestionable. They can't take it back. They don't have that power. It's a 99-year lease that automatically renews. Should you like pass it on to? So, for example, I have a number of these leases, and they automatically go to my children. When they go to my children automatically re-up to 99 years. They don't have to do anything. It just becomes 99 years. If a single owner was to somehow own the property in their name for greater than 99 years, basically you got it when you're 1 year old and you live to 101, there are some techniques legally you can do to resell it to yourself in order to re-up the lease, but you will be forced to pay the tax again, which is not nothing, but not a huge deal. That's about it, right? It's just that basically every 99 years they're going to get their taxes. But because no one realistically lives that long while being a property owner, anyone might live to 101, but the chances that you will have owned a property in your name for that whole time has never come up, but should it, there are ways to deal with it. So even that scenario isn't scary. But because it's an automatic renewing 99-year lease on any transfer or change of property is absolutely fantastic. So, my kids are already late teenagers. If they were to get all of our properties today, they would be well into their hundreds before they had to worry about them renewing or whatever. And they can, all they have to do is pass them into a company and it renews. They can pass them to each other and it renews. They can do some legal stuff and pass it to themselves and it renews. So there's a lot of super strong protections that are built in there. And they just have to pay the taxes. Diego says, I've grown up here, did not know that. You guys are right about, Scott is right about property here. What's real? Adam says, do you prefer Leon or Granada? So it depends what you're looking to do. Are you looking for a weekend vacation? I certainly prefer Granada. No offense, Leon. Granada is a tourist hub. It's nice. I lived in Granada when I first got here, and it was really cool for the first tiny bit, and it didn't take too long before I was like, I don't want to live here. So for living here, we love Leon and do not particularly like Granada. I actually prefer Matagalpa, but my wife likes being near the beach, and that's where we invest. So we're Leon bound, but it's very hot. But it's a really nice community in Leon. I really like the barrios. I really like just the people around Leon. Not that the people in Granada are bad, but living in Granada or San Juan del Sur, you're always going to be an expat. You're always going to be a part of the outside crowd. Not that people mistreat you or anything. It's just you're them and they're us, or the other way around. But living out here in Leon, especially because I live in the barrio, for the first year I was a them. But now that I've been here and people know me around town and there's very few expats that don't turn over on a couple-day basis, it's very much we're a part of the community. It's very much we're a part of our barrio. People don't see us as outsiders. They see us as newbies maybe, but newbies of the community, not newcomers who are a flash in the pan and passing through. So that makes it a very different experience alone. And for someone who lives here and wants to raise his kids here and spend his retirement years here, I don't want to be an outsider. I don't want to be living the enclave life. Not that there's anything wrong with that. There's good reasons why someone would want to live in an enclave. And if I had $100 million of money and absolutely nothing to worry about financially ever, I might want to live in Rancho Santana itself and pay for $1 million house, even if that's not what it's really worth, just to have the luxury of being in that place and not having to worry about anything and pay people to take care of everything and have this like super luxury Beverly Hills kind of living. I'm sure it's not quite that nice, but you know what I mean? That would be fine. But for most of us who live in the real world, we kind of have to watch our finances, at least some. And I don't want to be dumping money into a place, which again, if I had 100 million, I just dump money into whatever makes me happy. But as being who I am, even if I had 100 million, while I might want to have a nice place in Rancho Santana for getaway weekends, day-to-day living, I like being in the community. I like being in the barrio. And again, for a lot of people, it's not what they want. They're not looking for a cultural experience. No offense, but that's just not what they're looking for. They're looking for the weather. They're looking for the food. They're looking for the safety. They're looking for the security. They're looking for the friendliness. They're looking for the financial advantages, the low cost of living, whatever, right? There's whatever thing you're looking for in Nicaragua. It might not be hanging out with the locals at the bar listening to live music. For me, it is. But for a lot of you, it may not be. And for you, an enclave may give you the things that you want without giving up too many of the things you don't want to lose. So nothing wrong with it whatsoever. It's just, for me, I absolutely am not looking for that experience outside of, sure, I do enjoy the occasional weekend in a nice luxury area and doing something a little bit different, just variety. Right, and when I do that, I'm more likely to do it in Managua than I am at someplace like Rancho Santana, but partially that's because Managua's a lot closer. So like this past weekend, my kids wanted to go to Managua. We got a luxury apartment in Santo Domingo, and for 2 days lived like we were rich Managuans, right? And that's a lot of fun. And then we come back to real life and have our community and our friends and our neighbors, and I like walking to the pulperia. I like having the market around the corner. I like the little local places. I like having Rey Pochetas for breakfast and gallo pinto and all the stuff that a lot of expats are like, I don't really want to spend my time teaching myself to enjoy this food. I want the food that I enjoy. Nothing wrong with that, right? And so it really depends what you're looking for. But given those things are things that I really want to have, Leon makes that really easy rather than Granada, which makes it really hard. If your goal was to live a bit more separate, but still have somewhat of an authentic Nicaraguan experience, then Granada can work really well. If you want full-on enclave living, you've got places like Rancho Santana. That's extreme. They're on the very high end. But there's plenty of places down towards San Juan del Sur especially, where there are plenty of enclaves where you can live and not be paying like Rancho Santana luxury, but can still be in a very expat, surrounded by other expats, kind of experience. Diego says, I would guess that the reals would have been converted into deeds or something. They were. That's how most of the country turned into deeds over time, but there's some that didn't, and those are the ones that are highly sought after still. And then depending on what I do with my land, like if I decided to break up my land and start doing a lottification, which I absolutely could do, then it would convert to deeds. The people who are buying from me would get deeds, not a real. Whereas I'm buying huge swaths of manzanas and paying an arm and a leg for it, I'm able to keep them as reals. So that's part of why that mechanism works that way. CM says, okay, I'm taking that as a good sign. I want to live there, so I hope money won't be the number one thing that matters. I will invite you when I finish the build. Oh, I definitely want to come see it. The area looks fantastic. And if I wasn't so completely strapped investing in every square inch I can get a hold of up here, I would definitely be willing to look at beachfront down there, but it's very far away, so I don't want to be stretching because there's enough beach to buy up here. But Diego says, can you sell those leases without the cacique approving? Not really, no. I mean, no, I don't think so. You can probably really push the point, but the cacique definitely approves of the sales, which is... So how do I put this? So it's a little bit like living in a complex with an HOA, right? When you have an HOA, it has all these advantages and all these disadvantages. And trust me, I won't live in a place with an HOA. So this gives you a bit of my perspective on the situation. So if you have a residencia, or in the United States, like a complex that has an HOA or whatever they call it here, I actually don't know. It's just residencia. The HOA has a tendency to have so much control over your life that it's like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. What we've found working with the cacique for a long time is that here there's a lot more effort put into it, but because we want to live here, because we're a part of the community, because we're putting in the time to be good community members, and we're not looking to do anything wrong. It gives us a lot of power. And so when we want to buy a place, the cacique is like, yep, no, good, they're good, right? Now, that helps when you've already bought one, you can buy another, right? And I just completed, it must have been last week, the purchase of a leased off-beach location. So for CM up here, and I don't know where the line is. I've never tried to buy, until now, just barely off-beach. My understanding was that it was only the beach lots that were under the indigenous lease, but it turns out that it's them and the ones that face them across the road and the ones that touch them. I think that's as far as it goes. So I just bought one of those, which is close enough to see the water, but doesn't actually own the beach, and it's under lease. We were willing to buy that one, but I was buying that one as a favor. So all of my rules about, like, I wouldn't buy a deed, they go out the window when I'm doing someone a favor. But it turned out it was actually indigenous property, and we happily were like, oh, well, that makes it even better. And there are negatives that come with those, right? The cacique decided that the property was worth twice what we were paying for it and tried to charge us as if it was twice. And the person we were buying from was like, are you freaking kidding me? They're buying this as a favor and you're going to double the price on them. And he backed down and charged us at the real price. So everything was fine, but sometimes you have to finagle things. So everything went fine. And it actually went really well because an expat tried to steal some of our property just 1 week later. And the cacique is like, oh, hell no, and showed up and made sure that they couldn't. Thank goodness we were on indigenous land, right? If that was a deed, it would have been much more complicated. Probably still would have worked out in our favor because it was our land and we could prove it. But they weren't thinking about the fact that it was indigenous lease and tried to play a game that got people in a lot of trouble. So we really appreciate the extra penalties for being thieves when you're in the indigenous land. But it is true. If someone who was completely awful tried to buy in the indigenous zone, I do believe the cacique can put the kibosh on the purchase. But honestly, if you're looking at that from a seller's perspective and you're like, oh no, maybe they won't approve of my... So first of all, I've never heard of them not approving of someone. But it also means your neighbors can't do some terrible thing. That's where it's kind of like an HOA. I don't want my neighbors destroying their yard and storing old rotting cars in their front yard. Well, with an HOA, you can stop that, right? There are upsides to the HOA. When you're the one who wants to put cars in your yard, that's a negative. But when your neighbors want to do it, it's a positive. I think that we see the indigenous community as kind of like the best and strongest arm of a good HOA without the stupid stuff like, oh, you have to paint the house a special color and you have to mow the lawn to exactly this area. No. So my experience with the indigenous community, at least up north, has been an excellent one. Maybe other communities have worse experience. Definitely possible. But we're very happy to be active contributors and participants with our indigenous community. And our first year here, we worked with the indigenous community, and I have videos from 2021 where we worked with them to get the federal government, the national government, to come down and help save the estuary, right, for the indigenous community. And that was a really interesting and really cool first year, coming in and being like, this place is dying. We got to save it. We got to save the fish, the fishing industry, all these things. And the whole community came together, and it was a great thing to have happen in that first year. That gave us a sense of community in a way that we didn't have. And that happened before we really bought our forever home there. That was when we first bought our starter home. So it's been really cool. And our Real does not have the lease. So it's just far enough off beach that it is a Real still. Why Matagalpa? Is it that much cooler? So Matagalpa is quite a bit cooler. The people are much more hip and with it. No, oh, you meant temperature. Yeah, it is also cooler. Matagalpa the weather's much more mild. It's a larger urban area. And because of I just love hills. I love cities and hills. I love cities where you're looking up at houses, you're looking down at things. In Leon, you're just looking at the side of the buildings that you're in. Like, that's fine. Like, I'm not knocking Leon. It's just flat. right? And flat isn't interesting. But when you're in Matagalpa, there's always things to be looking at. There's always a view, no matter where you are, right? If you're high, you're looking down at stuff. If you're low, you're looking up at stuff, right? It's just, I miss that, right? I used to live in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was great for that, right? You just always, Ithaca was great for that. Cañar in Spain, oh my gosh, looking down on Orgiva, right? Totally different kind of place. I lived in Noto in Spain. We could see the Mediterranean way down there and looking down on the cities. And even in Crete, I could look down on Rethymno a little bit from the hills. I just love living in the hills. When I lived in Romania, we lived at the bottom, but we were looking up at all the mountains around us. And so it's just I like that. So for me, Matagalpa has so Esteli is also cool weather like Matagalpa, but I don't have the same feeling. It does have some distant mountains that are very pretty, but the city itself is very flat. It's easier for walking, but Matagalpa is much more scenic to me. And like every moment that I'm in Matagalpa, I just feel like there's stuff like you're just so much more connected because you can see so many more homes. You're not just looking at the one building across the street all the time. Diego says, "What do you think the biggest cultural shock that foreigners have here?" I don't know. It's been so long. That's actually one that is very hard for me to say. Boy, of the foreigners who've been here, Janet doesn't count because she's been here for too long. What do you feel are the culture shocks that you really get hit by? Right? What is it that pops out at you as like, oh, that's really... Style of houses really does hit, right? Things are very small. It's very hard to figure out exactly what you're looking at a lot of the time. Food is a big shock, of course. Animals everywhere. Very, very shocking. I really don't know. If you'd have asked me 4 years ago, I would have been able to rattle off a list for you. And now every little thing, it's like, I know there's some big things. I just can't remember what the heck they are. Right? Like, it's funny. I'm looking at pictures and stuff in Popoyo. I always find it amazing. Popoyo is so empty. It has so much more space than the beaches we have up here. And with so much more space, and it has so many fewer people, it's like, holy cow. It's so just empty. It's such a completely different beach experience. Diego says, colonial vestiges are weird. It really is. Are there HOAs here? I've never heard of a place with one. There's what we would consider HOAs quite often, but mostly in San Juan del Sur. Up here, we really don't get too much of it in the north. North being north of Rivas. But down in Rivas, where you get a lot of expats, yes, they get a lot of HOAs or HOA-like things, and they almost always end in tears. But, of course, in the United States, they almost always end in tears, too. Everyone hates them. But in the U.S., you're basically trapped with them, and here they're almost unheard of. So Nicaraguans are like, why did you do that? But expats are often like, I thought I had to. Living in Managua, this is the first time I've heard of those leases. Oh, yeah, in Managua, you don't have them. Even in Leon, we don't have them. None of the cities have them. It's only the beach communities, as far as I know. I don't know of any place more than like 100 meters from the beach that has them. They may exist somewhere, but I'm not familiar. Janet says, I love the estuary episode. John says, Latino time, tranquilo, seems to drive Americans nuts. That's true. One of the things that is surprising, and this is certainly not the most shocking, people don't really experience this much right away, is that, so Americans are very, very, very used to things being scheduled. When will this happen? Next Tuesday, 2 p.m. And it gets done next Tuesday at 2 p.m. Right on the nose. That is when it happens, right? And when you are doing stuff in Nicaragua, it's when is this going to get done? I don't know, but it's certainly going to be before next Tuesday, right? You don't get the schedule, but you get things done much faster in almost all cases, at least if you stay on top of people. But Americans often perceive the lack of scheduling as taking longer, even when it gets done faster, because they're trained to perceive the wrong thing as being fast, whereas Nicaraguans are trained that the sooner you do something, the sooner it's done, which is correct. And you find the same thing in business in the United States. People would rather know how much something's going to cost rather than get the best price. Whereas here, people are like, I want to do the cheapest thing, right? That's the smartest thing. And what you find in the U.S., and if you ever get into U.S. business, you spend so much time talking about budgeting. People will say, well, I'd rather budget $100,000 for this thing and not have it go over budget than to guess and have it only cost $50,000. And to a real business person, that should set off all kinds of alarm bells. What the heck? You're paying 100% overhead for planning? Could you put a dollar figure on the value of that planning? No, probably not. But they're emotionally finding the planning to be so valuable that they're willing to spend so much more money on it. And this is why you'll see a lot of people ask questions on the community. Can I afford to live in Nicaragua? I don't know if you can afford. That's an absolute, right? So budgeting is for people who live with absolutes. I want to make sure I will spend no more than absolutely $100,000 on this thing. People who work in relatives say, I can't know what it's going to cost perfectly, but I do know I want to spend the least. I don't want to throw money away. So a person who wants to maximize their profits doesn't spend money on budgeting. Not only does budgeting cause you to spend more on the thing, you also spend money doing the budgeting, right? And in some cases, you spend more money budgeting than you do doing the thing, or more time planning than doing the thing. I remember so for Diego, this is a perfect example. I worked for a very large corporation in the United States where they forbid developers to do any work until management had come up with solid plans how they wanted things to be done. They would, on occasion, end up in a case where they had, for example, 2 competing ideas. Oh, let's just say we have the opportunity to develop an interface in Flutter, and we have the opportunity to develop the same interface in React.js. That's not a big decision. Either one would work, and they're pretty sure that either one would work. But they're not sure which one would get done faster or be better overall. And the developers can give them some input, but they can't really say which will take longer or which one will be better. They can throw some benefits and, whatever. So management says no one's allowed to do anything until we decide. And then they take so long to decide, with developers being idle, that they easily could have implemented both solutions, had absolute knowledge of how long each one did take, and which one was better at the end, and choose based on incredibly good knowledge which product was better and better to maintain. They'd still be guessing a little bit on the maintenance, but they would have so much better information. Their cone of uncertainty would be so tight. But instead, because they wouldn't move forward without the solid planning, they kept their cone of uncertainty immensely wide and essentially just guessed at which one was better and threw away both the opportunity to get done quicker, and the opportunity to have better knowledge, as well as an opportunity to have happier developers and an opportunity not to look like complete buffoons. All of that just thrown away. Absolutely bizarre. But Americans have a tendency to think that way, and in many cases it works out, because when everyone's thinking that way, no one notices that it's incredibly insane. Now, there's lots of things that American business does that's really smart. That's why the U.S. makes so much money in some cases. But this is one where America is really bad at it. Nicaraguans do the opposite. They would definitely implement both solutions in half the time. If I need plumbing done in the United States, my plumber will come on Tuesday and in a very predictable time. In Nicaragua, they'll get up in the middle of the night and they'll come now. Right? Which one got done faster? Well, I can't predict how long it's going to take him to get out of bed, get changed out of his pajamas, and get here. But it's probably going to be less than 30 minutes. And right now, the water's leaking everywhere, so I'm really thankful. I don't care how unpredictable it is. I care that he gets the water shut off soon. Getting work done here in Nicaragua is experientially so much better overall that Really is a different thing. In Doral, this is Diego. There's supposed to have some rules, no bars and things like that. People just went to the Alcaldía, asked for permissions, and ignored it. In almost all cases, just getting permissions is the difference. There, though, is that the Alcaldía is in control, not an HOA. So you have an authority to go to. Same thing with an HOA. If you have an HOA that says no one's allowed to do this, but you go and get permission, suddenly you get to do it, even though no one else was allowed to. At least with an Alcaldía, you have some legal power if it's really a problem. Whereas with an HOA, there's still some legal power, but far, far less because they're a private company. In the U.S., private companies basically just go, well, it's a contract, not a legal thing, and they take away any rights to legal action that you may have had, and it's very, very complicated to do anything meaningful. So the HOAs have lots of power to do lots of damage to you, and you have very little, not zero, but very little recourse to really do something about it. So it's difficult, right? Diego says, I hate that kind of management. I'm in those right now. I've been 2 days idle waiting for some stupid thing. I could have done the thing 4 times in this amount of time. Right? See, exactly. And I assume you work for an American company because only American companies or, French would do that. Right? There definitely some of Europe is just outrageously inefficient. Right? There's reasons why we don't generally do business in Europe. Right? Europeans do not make good employees. It's not a good place to put offices in most cases. Let me tell you, as an employer who's an actual legitimate business and not a money launderer, doing business in Latin America is what makes sense. Lots of Southeast Asia makes sense. The Philippines makes sense. But North America, Western Europe, dear Lord, right? Eastern Europe, yes. Romania, Moldova, Ukraine, when it's stable. Those places make loads of sense for doing business. They have very get things done cultures. But like France, Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, Spain even. Spain is much better than the others. Italy, it's all about bureaucracy and no one's in it for the greater good. Everyone's into stall and get nothing done and find regulations and it's just a mess, right? Dealing with even like I think it was Cameroon with some French law. They're not allowed to hire experts. They're only allowed to buy products, and so everything is about. So if you're in like the United States, you'd be like, okay, this thing you're doing that should be free, and we could do it in an hour. And they'll be like, you're not allowed to give us that advice. We're not allowed to pay you for that advice. We're only allowed to get this advice from you if we spend over $1,000 on a product that we have no reason to buy because some French company snuck in a law to force the sale of unnecessary European goods into an African country. And the country is stuck with it because they kept it as a law and never really evaluated it. And they don't, because it's been a law for a long time, they don't really understand that they're paying thousands for things that should cost them nothing. Whereas in the U.S., the opposite would be the case. You would never be allowed to put a law like that in place. This is one of the things that the U.S. is good about as opposed to what we just talked about being bad at. What's the hardest part of hiring Nicaraguans? The language barrier? No, language barrier is not a problem. I'm the only non-native native Spanish speaker in my country. Oh my gosh. I'm the only non-native Spanish speaker in my company. So language barrier in Nicaragua is certainly not a problem. People who want to work for American companies is a very big problem. Because we're Americans, a lot of people will not consider working for us, which I totally understand. The history of American companies here is quite bad. So I really sucks because I've had people on the live stream who are like, I'm looking for a job. I'm like, hey, you should apply. No, you're an American company. I'm like, you know me. I've been here for years. Everyone knows who I am. I'm not here scamming people trying to hire you, right? And like, you'll get a paycheck. It'll be really obvious that it's not a scam when money starts coming through. It's not like you're going to work for a year and be like, they never paid me. You're out of work right now. In 2 weeks, you'll have a paycheck, right? Like, and they're like, nope, won't risk it with an American company. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, okay. So that's a really big problem. The other is Technical training is extremely rare. So when we find people who have technical, that's happened to me on the live stream. Like that doesn't just, it's not just like this happened once. It happened in a live stream discussion. You could go back through my old live streams and see the conversation happen in one of them. I don't know when it was, a year ago, 6 months ago. I can't remember, but we were in a hiring phase. We were looking for a person. We're looking for a person now, right? But not in development. We're looking for an IT person right now. We don't even bother looking in Nicaragua. Development, we will look in Nicaragua, but IT, we don't bother looking. It's so hard to find people who will accept it, have any experience, and will stick with it. Every time we've hired Nicaraguans, they turn over so fast. They'll just be like, I don't feel like coming to work. This job was stressful. I didn't realize I'd actually have to do things. I've been told that a number of times by Nicaraguans. Oh, I thought I wasn't going to have to actually work. Right? Like, no, we're a little bit busy. It's surprisingly just hard. And it's weird because, you know, my country manager is fantastic and has been with us for forever. But even he can't hire anybody. We hired someone who was pretty decent. He made it like, I don't know, 3 weeks and just was like, you know what? Nah, too much work. I can find jobs in Managua where they're just not expected to do anything. And I just want to chill. I'm like, okay, I get it. But wow. It's my developers here, no problems. And I have a few IT people that took forever to hire, and they're really good. But in general, hiring IT here is just so much harder than other markets, and we often need for IT jobs and stuff English, and the pay scales for English are just way too high, so it doesn't make any sense. We can hire fully skilled engineers outside of Nicaragua for the salary expectations of non-technical English speakers in Nicaragua, which is fantastic for Nicaragua. Getting those salaries up, absolutely, not complaining. Just these are things that make it very difficult to hire Nicaraguans. Because it just doesn't end up making sense, especially to pay those extra high rates when even if you pay them, the turnover rate is very high. Oh, my cousin wants to go on vacation this month. I don't feel like talking about it. I just quit. What? Okay. Or, a new call center opened up. I know the job is just for 6 months, but it looks good, so I'm going to go take that. And you're like, all right. Right. Whereas we're able to hire in other countries and people are with us for decades. All the people I know wants to work for American business. Really? That's so weird. We just never find that. We find plenty who are like, I guess I'll work for an American business, but we never find someone who's like, yes, American business. I was trying for a while, got a new job, by the way. Congratulations. In Digital says, how are U.S. citizens being received these days? We don't like it either. No change. Diego's right. We don't care where you come from. Nicaragua has zero of that treating Americans differently. First of all, nothing's happening in Nicaragua. From an American perspective, the world's falling apart. If you live in the United States, it's like, oh my gosh, the world's falling apart. It's crazy. And then if you come to Nicaragua, they're like, what's going on? Is something, what? We heard about boats in the Caribbean. We don't have boats in the Caribbean, so it wasn't us. Right? Like if people even hear about that. We only hear about Venezuela because the government is like, hey, stop this, and says something. But, like, all the U.S. stuff going on, it's not in the news. Nobody cares. And it doesn't affect us. Like, all of that stuff is for the Americans' benefit. It doesn't matter here. So the average, I think, Nicaraguan would be absolutely shocked, or is absolutely shocked, to learn that Americans expect them to have some opinion about it. They'd be like, opinion on what? What's going on? Like, they may have a long-standing opinion of America, right? America, they're often a problem. Or America, great opportunities up there, or just whatever. They'll have like this grandiose opinion, maybe. of the country. And that hasn't changed. And if you're like, well, with all the things going on now, and they'll be like, and those are what? Maybe Diego has more insight into what he's hearing on the ground in Managua, but like, how does any of it affect us? Expossess says congratulations. He says thanks. Indigenous says Nick, and I don't know if it's Nika time or in the nick of time. That could be either. Expossess says hire me. I have a college degree in IT, but you're American. Can't hire Americans. Diego says we also struggle to hire a lot in my family's business. It's really hard. It's amazing that in an economy with so much unemployment, that it's the national crisis, that it's still hard to hire everywhere. It's really weird. But it is. It's true. All of my businesses struggle to hire. Expossess says, just kidding. Indigenous says, well, I'm going to jump to Diego's. I believe we are very good at, as a culture, Nicaragua is very good at separating a country and its people. And absolutely, that's completely what it is. Why would, and logically, there's no reason for someone who is American to be treated anyway because of what America's doing. Just like it is completely illogical for Nicaraguans to be treated anyway in the U.S. because of something Nicaragua's doing. Now, that's not the case. America uses individual people as punching bags for governments that they're not happy with. But it doesn't do anything productive. It doesn't further their cause. It justifies the foreign government feeling the way that they do, not supporting the U.S. It just proves their point, right? It's quite literally just not quite racism. It's nationalism in a weird kind of like racism sort of way, but it is such a weird thing. So Indigenous says, how will Nicaragua do in a global financial crisis? So I think it will be unaffected. They will not know that there's a global financial crisis. That's not quite true, right? If the entire world goes into a financial crisis, Nicaragua will be impacted. And you know, in the global economy, everyone's tied to everybody. There's nobody comes out unscathed in a complete collapse. But that's not entirely true, actually. So there's two ways to look at any financial system. And this is just one contrived set of two ways. One way is the absolute. How are we doing? Right? So currently Nicaragua is doing this. And the United States is doing this. Right? You can make up whatever scale in between that you want. But there's the U.S. is still making more money on average per person than Nicaragua. They're getting actually quite close. And many Americans are starting to report, just as many Canadians believe that the safety of Canada has now slipped noticeably below that of Nicaragua. Many Americans believe that potentially slipped below the U.S. has slipped below Nicaragua in quality of life based on income, and there's an argument for that. I don't think it holds enough water, but there's an argument for it. And if you put me into a debate, I would probably win and prove to you that the U.S. is now poorer than Nicaragua on a median income basis. But I wouldn't agree with myself, but I could probably convince you. Does that make sense? I'm a good debater. So in that absolute sense, if we had a global financial meltdown, I expect both to drop, but I expect the U.S. to go wah, and Nicaragua to go wah. But in relative terms, which is often how people look at the wealth of nations, Nicaragua would skyrocket over a whole bunch of other places, like the U.S., like Canada, like Britain, and so forth. That it would feel like suddenly became a financial powerhouse like it was in 1825, right? It has a history of being a financial powerhouse country with a really strong education system. It just lost that mostly because of colonialism, because of the U.S. trying to colonize it. If that hadn't happened, there's a really good chance Nicaragua would have held on to a very high financial position that would have felt much like Argentina in the early 1900s. Maybe not that extreme, maybe more extreme. Hard to say. It's a smaller country, so it could be more like a Monaco or a Switzerland. So I think in the global financial crisis, I think we're all going to suffer to some degree because some things, such as computers, will become more expensive. Cell phones will become more expensive. But other things like Nicaraguan food will probably get cheaper, right? Because our buying power will increase, because our salaries will increase, our investments will increase at a rate, because the U.S. will be like desperate for the things that we have. Food, right? And they will pay an arm and a leg, and the economy here will go up. So I'm not saying that we're going to make more money in an absolute sense than we would without a global meltdown. I'm saying that we may ride the, even with an asteroid hitting the ocean, somebody gets to ride that wave, right? And so we're kind of in that position as the extreme other end of the economic spectrum from the places that are looking at big meltdowns. And when you really look at it, in this very, very precipitous economy that we have at the moment, global economy that we have at the moment, I think across the board, the global South is just kind of going, okay, let's watch this. We have one major concern in the global South. Do we have enough popcorn to hold us through watching the telenovela of North America and Western Europe collapse? That's what we're wondering, right? Are we going to run out of popcorn for the show? Are we going to have to just resort to Skittles and be on a sugar high for the second half of the global economic meltdown as that happens? Maybe that won't happen. Maybe the global South will be hit really hard. My personal opinion is the global South has been a punching bag, economically especially, for centuries, but it has the positioning now, and we're seeing it, right? Nicaragua is swinging hard. We're the strongest economy in the Western Hemisphere for 3 years running. That's a big deal. Bolivia, the US dollar is destroyed in Bolivia. They're probably in bad shape overall, but they're seeing some interesting stuff happen. Chile is doing quite well. Mexico is skyrocketing. Burkina Faso is on its all, like they've never seen an economy like this. Mali is turning around. Rwanda is riding high. Uganda's doing okay, right? Places that have been for so long in terrible shape. Yeah, they don't represent the majority population in the global South. Absolutely. But they are really, 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 really strong in these isolated places. And we're seeing other places that seem to be potentially doing quite well, right? Thailand is turning around. Cambodia has turned around. Vietnam is doing well. And China is generally considered part of the global South, which is weird. Like, can you really consider it that? But China is doing so well. Digital just says Venezuela not so good, but even Venezuela is doing so well that the U.S. cannot anymore depend on it failing. They have to invade and bomb it because the economy is doing too well that the U.S. can't risk that, right? Everything you're hearing in the news about Venezuela is because it's doing too well. Not that it's doing great. That's not what it's doing. But the U.S. was counting on Venezuela to not be able to weather U.S. intervention. And Venezuela has been weathering U.S. intervention very poorly. It's a struggle, but they've been doing it. And all the Venezuelans I know are like, yeah, things aren't that bad, right? It's pretty safe. The economy's starting to turn around. It's been rough for a long time, but we're getting there, right? Under sanctions, with intervention, right? Even with all that going on, Venezuela's been pulling out of a U.S. intervention-backed collapse. And that says a lot. And now, yes, the U.S. is looking at invading. Yes, the U.S. is looking at doing whatever it takes to ensure the collapse of Venezuela, obviously. But even that is in a precarious position because the U.S. triggered countries that were traditionally big allies, like Colombia, to turn. And now Colombia and Brazil, who were solidly not supporting Venezuela not too many years ago, are now like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We didn't support Venezuela because we needed them to improve a few things and change a few things for us. But now we see them as just the kid getting picked on, and it's gone too far. And two of the powerhouse countries in South America are like, we got your back, right? And things are changing fast, and Colombia has called for a Latin American Union. Is that going to happen? That is a long shot. But that is what the United States is truly scared of, is that Colombia and Venezuela and Brazil and Nicaragua and Mexico represent a population block that is so significant that they can sweep the region and leave a position where, places like Peru are going to be like, oh, I guess we got to go. Right? And places like Bolivia are going to be like, we're not going to be left out, right? Even though they went the other direction right now, that's not going to last. It's already hitting the streets how bad things are doing. Bolivia's freaking out about the problems. You're looking at the potential of a Latin American sweep. It's a 1 in a 1,000 chance, but it was a 1 in a million chance until now. And the U.S. is pushing the region so hard, trying to stop the economic success of the global south in this region, that they may tip the scales too far. They can't push too hard, and the cracks are showing. And so Venezuela is actually the canary in the mine right now. But when it was the U.S. versus Venezuela, everyone's like, what are they going to do? But they turned on Colombia? Like, oh my gosh, they started bombing Colombia. Are you kidding me? Colombia's like, what the hell? Like, do you know how big we are? Like, this is not smart. So interesting things could potentially happen. Terrible things might happen, but great things might happen. We're at that moment where France has lost control of West Africa, and now the United States is being challenged across Latin America. People are standing up, right? So thank goodness Venezuela is taking the brunt of it for everyone else. It's incredibly sad for them, but someone had to do it. Someone has to take the fury of the Northern Empire, and Venezuela stepped into the breach and is seeing how far they can push it. Diego says, I mean, the only difference is, are you from Canada or not? If you're not, you'll be seen as a dollar bill for merchants. Oh, from Central America. You got to be careful, Diego. To English speakers, CA is rarely Central America, often California, normally Canada. And Digital says we are all Americans. Expazaz, actually it's IT on steroids, information systems degree. That's what mine is. In Digital says, that's what I think, safe haven. Diego says, I've just accepted that in English, American equals USA, but I would fight people that say Americano in Spanish. Right, so in Spanish, Americano is the region, but in English, American is not. Like, a Colombian is not American. In English, but definitely is in Spanish, but is not in Italian or German, importantly. So Spanish altered the word American from its roots, which is important. Diego says it's really hard to go down when you're already at the bottom. Right, I mean, Nicaragua does have that advantage, but for 3 years, the strongest economy in the region, that's something. Why can't you hire Americans? Tax. It's more than just tax, but tax is a big thing. If you hire an American as a company that doesn't have Americans, the payroll and tax burdens of doing so is so significant that it is absolutely punishing. So you might be like, oh, this one guy is so worth it. Expazaz is so worth it. I want to hire Expazaz. But the penalties that come with that first employee is so much. You're like, nope, never do it. Now, if you had 10, it's like, yeah, we can spread out this overhead amongst 10 people. But for just one, hell no. When hiring Americans, you don't actually hire Americans. You hire like Californians, Texans, Tennesseans, New Yorkers. every state is a completely different or nearly completely different hiring situation with all kinds of complex laws and taxes. It is a mess. And you may say, but you're a foreign company, right? Doesn't that make it easy? We're not. We're an American company. So because we're an American company, the degree to which the U.S. does not want American companies to hire Americans is through the roof. Right? Never let anyone tell you that America tries to get you to hire Americans. They do. That is not the case. They work hard to make it insane, to the point where I can, for nearly any educated business, meaning not menial labor, I could, with little work, prove beyond any reasonable doubt that it is actually illegal to hire Americans in most cases because of the combination of U.S. tax laws and workman's comp and insurance laws and payroll requirements, combined with the law on fiduciary responsibility. If you are a publicly traded company, you could legitimately sue any company. If you're an investor in the United States and you found out that they hired Americans for non-menial labor jobs, you could sue and have a really good chance of winning as an investor because they're stealing from you by law. That is a straight up theft in most cases. So from one perspective, it's actually illegal for us to hire in the U.S. It's also illegal for us to hire people who disclose their college degrees. Again, no one ever prosecutes those things because once you realize how that plays out, it's insane. But because university degrees represent always some degree of DEI situation, no matter what, right? It could be reverse DEI, direct DEI, doesn't matter. It's always there. And so disclosing it always tells us something we're not supposed to know as an employer. And so it's like, I can't have known that. It's just like marital status. In the U.S., you're not supposed to know that, right? Never disclose that. You could force an employer not to be able to hire you. Expozaz says, I think it has to do with not taking jobs from locals. No. Expozaz, we're an American company. So it's actually, we're forced to take jobs from locals by law. There's nothing that gives us an incentive or need or protection to hire Americans, but there are many things that make it that we shouldn't from a business perspective and can't from a legal perspective. Indigenous says, well, it's a pretty sustainable place, meaning here in Nicaragua. Yeah, we've got sustainable water, sustainable food. We're in a great position for a lot of things. And we're in the middle of stuff. So, like, we're likely to maintain a logistics hub position, some minor things. Are we going to become like the big economic powerhouse in the world? No, we're not going to likely do that. But we could. What if we became the banking empire, right? These things could happen and really change things. I see. Diego says he does hire from all South America. ID Group says, what other countries do you hire folks from? We currently hire in Portugal is our one spot outside of Latin America currently. Mexico, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Panama. Bolivia is our main hub, and Argentina currently, and Peru. We don't always have people in Peru. We don't always have people in Panama. But basically, that's the region where we are. Indigenous says, I got you going. Hope to debate in person someday. Diego says, the thing that here, even if the economy fails, we will just go back to how things were a few years ago. We might just stop growing, and that's okay. No one will starve and live in the streets. Exactly. Right. Nicaragua was prepared to make its own food, clean its own water, produce its own power, and sell all those things to its neighbors, and in many cases, countries far away, like the U.S. or China. And so we're able to maintain an export economy, and if we don't need to have a whole bunch of computers and new stuff here, we are fine with that. And if we need to do without cars, we're okay with that. And in fact, it could get better. Let's have a little bit of economic collapse, get rid of all the cars, get some trains in, which, would take a little bit of investment. Let's work on a way better pedestrian infrastructure, wipe out the automotive industry almost completely, except for the trucks for the farms, and go back to a more agrarian, more pedestrian thing, roll out a little bit more fiber, and move on to being just a whole bunch of agrarian and a whole bunch of high tech in a very green, sustainable way. Nicaragua has that ready to go. We don't need tourism like Costa Rica. They will fully fall apart when the global economy stops sending tourists. They have nothing to fall back on, right? They depend on technical exports and tourism to keep their economy going. That's not going to work. But Nicaragua is going to be like, what are we going to notice? It's even if the world collapses, people still need rum. Indigenal says, I miss it there. Diego says, we're a very poor country, but everyone at least has the basics and knows how to survive. Bempy is here. Greetings, Scott. Hey, Bempy. Expossess says, what are the best and most popular cities or regions for expats to live in? By far, San Juan del Sur is the most popular spot. Granada is the most popular city, large city. Masaya is decently popular. Managua does have quite a few. There's many people who just go, well, of course I live in the capital, and they never really evaluate it. It's weird. Matagalpa has a noticeable population. Leon has a noticeable population. Esteli has a somewhat noticeable population. And noticeable, I mean like dozens. That's it. There are not many places where you would have any noticeable expat population. Even Leon, right? We estimate there's just a few hundred of us that live in Leon, a city of 300,000. So there's one of us for every 1,000 Nicaraguans. So we'll see each other in the street sometimes. Janet and I run into each other because we live nearby. But that's like it. Most of the expats here, if I'm not intentionally running into them, I never will. I never see any at the grocery store. I never see any at any restaurant except for our Friday nights at Via Via, which is like a meetup, basically. I never see them on the sidewalk. Except like maybe if I'm going down Ruben Dar Rio, there's like a little stretch where you just there's a 1 or 2 blocks you might see someone. Never see them at restaurants. We have so few expats in Leon that I can go out every night and I could make it a month and never see an expat ever, except maybe out a car window going by, right? Or at least an expat that lives here. A tourist, sometimes you just see them wandering the streets. Richard Johansson is here. I have worked for an American company overseas for 20 years. They put in effort to not hire Americans except for work located specifically in the USA. Way too much headache. Yeah. We don't really put in effort to avoid it. It's just naturally like, oh, they're going to cost 10 times as much? No. You don't have to work too hard to be like, oh, hell no. Because it's really that kind of thing. Like, it's so much more. Because it's not just, yeah, their salary's going to be higher, but that's only so much more. It's all these extra things are like, oh my gosh, I can't afford all the things to be able to pay that salary. And when I worked on Wall Street, right, our salaries were insane. And I was talking to my boss one day. He's like, you think your salary's insane? We pay more for your cubicle than we do for you. And it's like, what? We weren't even in the city. Like, it was insane. Indigital says, U.S. folks will always be gringos. It's how you handle it. See, I don't think that's true. That's one of the reasons I like Leon. We don't get that. We call ourselves gringos sometimes. The locals never do. I never get that outsider gringo thing. Like, I mean, there's a little bit, but for the most part, it really isn't like that. Having food sovereignty allows me to sleep good at night. It is true. Food sovereignty is a big freaking deal. Indigital says, by the way, how is the tourism industry? What tourism industry? It's basically none. That is what we've seen. I recently learned that Naked Tiger. So Naked Tiger founded Sunday Funday in San Juan del Sur. They're not a hostel anymore. It's gone. There's something there, but it's not the Naked Tiger hostel. So they were the party hostel. They were like the epic party hostel. Gone. The Simple, which was mine, Tuesday Booze Day. We got even bigger. They were pulling maybe 200-300. We were pulling 500-600 people on a Tuesday night, and nope, the tourism it doesn't make enough money. We had to shut it down. For those who are wondering, The Simple is back open as of yesterday. It is on Airbnb, and it is just a hotel. It has a pool, but the water hasn't gone in. The water goes in on like Friday. So we're going to have a pool very, very soon. And it is open, and it has twice as many rooms as it used to have. So it's only on Airbnb. And no, I do not know prices. I do not have any access to any of that information. I am not the person who knows before anybody asks, because everyone always does and assumes that somehow I am knowledgeable of what is going on there. I have not been to the hotel. I have not been in a single one of the rooms since it's been completed. I've been in them when they weren't completed. I have not seen the pool. I do not know what it cost. Nothing. I work around the clock and I'm incredibly busy, but it is open and is only a hotel. And this is a terribly formatted... Oh my gosh. All right, hold on. No, it sent it anyway. If you can figure out how to clean up that mess of a post, those are the links to the Airbnb rooms for each of them. I'm going to try to grab one individual one so you can see what they look like as a proper link. That is one individual Airbnb link. Is that better? But yes, the Simple is back open as a hotel. The entire restaurant side is gone. The kitchen is gone. It's been converted to rooms. And what used to be the pool area, meaning billiards, is now a pool area, meaning swimming with a pool bar. Small pool, but as far as I know, the only indoor pool in Las Piñitas or Ponaloya. So that's interesting. Oh, Diego says, what is a tourism industry? Good for you. That is the right answer. Id Group says, and lots of fresh water. We don't actually have as much as you think, but yeah, we have a good amount. Richard Johansson says, I think Ticuantepe is a sleeper town. It is a sleeper town. I love that area. It has a lot of nice houses, and I've met a surprising number of expats from there, but maybe people consider them from Managua because of how close it is. Yeah, we generally consider that Managua outskirts. Bempi says, RE global collapse. Nicaraguans just need food, unlike in Canada where it's almost negative 20 degrees now, and you'll freeze to death without energy. But where does Nicaragua get its diesel fuel from? Well, we get it from Iran, actually, but... we can pretty much run without it. We don't need diesel for power, but we do need diesel, obviously, to move the trucks around. We can ship in from Venezuela, but we do ship in from Iran. And we have our own port just for that, which is really cool. I've been down there a number of times. It's pretty cool to see. I don't know why. In the U.S., you never get to see that stuff for whatever reason. We're so big that it's like, well, if you go down to Houston, you go to this port and go, like, okay, I've seen some of it because I lived in Houston for a while, and my family's in Houston, so we've seen a few of those things. But most Americans, like, I've never seen the fuel ships coming and going. But here we actually see the cargo ships coming out of Panama. We see the fuel ships coming in from Venezuela. It's like, oh my gosh, like I feel so international. Larry says, your number one fan, May, is all excited you're on live today. She wants to know when you're having a video of Shawarma Chinandega. I don't know, maybe this weekend, actually. I have the car. So my wife is flying to the U.S. Tomorrow, and so I have the car. And normally she has the car all day to work. Now, normally I'm working all day, so I don't know if it's going to really get me very far. Oh my gosh, we've been on a live stream for over 3 hours on a Wednesday. It's not even our live stream day. What is going on? Indignal says, wow, that world known. Oh, wow, that world known. Which place did I say was that world known? Yeah, Sunday Funday they were ranked. So at one point, San Juan del Sur was ranked above Ibiza for continuous beach party, and we outperformed them at Las Piñitas. But they moved it to Tesoro because someone asked me 2 nights ago, do I know the Tesoro guys? Like, yeah, they're the ones. That's the party moved from us to Encontiki, didn't make it there more than a week. And then they moved to Tesoro, and they just left Tesoro. It's everybody discovers it's not worth it. It carries tons of expense, tons of risk, and there's just no money to be made. The backpacker business is dumb. They have no money, and they're mostly on drugs. No problem with that. Like, you're poor, you want to do drugs, have fun, but you don't make a good customer. Like, that's just reality. You got to live with that. You're just not generally a good customer of businesses. You're not spending any money. You're just getting water because you've taken too much ecstasy. And if you don't, you're going to have a heart attack. And I don't want you having a heart attack in my place. I don't like this deal. Bempi says, according to Google, we get our oil from Ecuador and South Korea. Oh, no. Diego said that according to Google, we get our oil from Ecuador and South Korea. I don't believe that to be true, but it is possible. Those are weird places to be getting our oil from, but... okay. Indigenous says, no Sunday Fun Day. Ouch. No, they still have Sunday Fun Day. It's just the big hostel that made it is gone. Now it's a much smaller thing done by local ones downtown. But it still goes on. Tuesday Booze is right now closed. They're looking for another home. If anyone would like to host them, don't worry. When Nkantiki took it, they're like, I hope there's no hard feelings. We're taking Tuesday Booze. I'm like, we're the ones who told them to go to you. We're tired of competing with other restaurants and just screwing everyone over. We're way too busy to not be why would we be this busy and crush all the other businesses and not be making any money? That doesn't make any sense. This is a stupid idea. So we stopped doing that. If things really get rough here, we would only need 3 crops to feed the country: rice, beans, and corn. Plus, we've got loads of peanuts and so much sugar. We will be hopped up on sugar if that's the only thing we have to eat. Janet says, yes, this is long for a short stream. I did a ton of laundry during this time. And we've had over 20 people on this entire time. This has been a busy stream. We're at over 326 views. By the way, guys, anyone who hasn't, give us a thumbs up while we're doing this. And don't forget, we're going to do this tomorrow. This is just me after a long day of work having a chance to talk. I had a topic and we just kept going. Nothing would really change from our normal diet. For the expats, we'd all want to shoot ourselves. Just so you know, we can't do the rice and bean things all day long. I do have to do. I have done some of my Duolingo, but I've not done enough yet, so I'm not going to keep going for too much longer. Diego says, and we do have enough reserves to feed the whole country for a few months. Oh yeah, if all agriculture stopped, we'd still be okay for a little bit. Diego says, what is Sunday Fun Day? Diego, oh my gosh. So San Juan del Sur has a beach party that is epic. It starts at 11 o'clock in the morning and goes to 3 o'clock in the morning. It's world famous as one of the. It's ranked as one of, or has been ranked one of the 10 best ongoing beach parties in the world. It used to be unreal. I did it in 2019 with my best friend Rachel. We had so much fun doing it, and then so because it was so cool, I created Tuesday Booze Day, which doubled in size compared to Sunday Fun Day, and we did that for a couple of years. But just both of them are this doesn't make sense. Sunday Fun Day has continued as a smaller thing lingering on because it had lots of hosts that shared it, so they were able to kind of keep it going at a smaller scale, and it's still pretty cool as far as I know. But Tuesday Booze Day, it's a single shot because of the distances. We don't have the San Juan del Sur bar hopping potential. You have to bring buses of people to single locations, and it's overwhelming for the locations that have to host it. They have to be ready. We had to have a dozen security people every week just to handle that party, and tons of bartenders and DJs. And the cost is it's so much, and the risk is so high because if anyone starts selling drugs, you're in big trouble. If anyone goes out in the ocean drunk, you're in trouble. So you got guards out in the beach making sure people don't wander into the ocean. You're building barriers because everyone's beach parties. Oh my gosh, it's just awful. And in San Juan del Sur, if you wander into the ocean, your chances of drowning, unless you're just ridiculously drunk, are pretty low. But if you wander into the ocean at night at Las Penitas, you're a goner, right? This is hard surf with tough rip tides. It's not a bay, right? It's open Pacific and brutal. So one person wandering out, and you're talking about riptides and stingrays that are everywhere. It would be bad. Bempy was, when I was in Corpus Christi 21 to 22, I stayed in North Beach. From the dive motel room, I watched oil tankers come into the port and leave, but mostly it's from Houston. Oh, that's cool. I used to live on Galveston and see some of that. Richard Johansson says, I work in the industry that ships oil around, almost exclusively Iran and Venezuela. Less now from Venezuela due to lack of refinery maintenance in the last 15 years. Yeah, everything I've heard and seen has been Iran recently, but I know we used to get Venezuela some, and of course ships can come in. Venezuela has to come through Panama, so it's not as handy as it seems it would be. Iran can go either way. I'm sure they do go through Panama, but I honestly don't know what they do. Actually, I don't know if that's true. They may just take Open Pacific. That'd be really interesting. Richard, do you know? Does Iran ship to us via the Indian Ocean or via Suez? Diego says, Enabas has a tons of reserves. There's a huge storage. Oh, next to Doral. Yeah, there is a big one there. There's a really big one here in Leon, too. Really big. Because Leon has the port, the fuel port. Chinandega has the shipping port. Leon has the fuel port. Bempy says, I'd like to live in the hills, high enough that I don't need AC. Is the huge lake reservoir area above Hinotepe cool enough? Okay, so you got the wrong town. Hinotepe is a small college town to the south of Masaya. It's moderately cool. It's a very nice town. I like it a lot, but it's not what you're thinking of. You're thinking of Jinotega with a G that is up in the mountains and has a massive reservoir and hydroelectric dam at Lago Apenas, which I have videos of Lago Apenas, so go check them out. Jinotega is cool enough that normal people don't need air conditioning. I would easily live up there without air conditioning. You might need a heater from time to time. That is the coolest large city in the country, coolest thing that you could consider a city in the country. Beautiful area. I like it a lot. Only real problem is it's kind of far away from things, and it's small on its own, so there's extremely little variety within the city. Like, you don't like this cafe? Well, tough, it's your cafe. You don't like this bar? Too bad, it's your bar. You don't like this restaurant? Tough, right? So that gets a little bit limiting, but if you do like the culture there, it's a beautiful town. I like walking around it. I like the weather. It does have some nice restaurants and stuff. It does have some nice houses and stuff. My videos on Jinotega is my #1 video on the channel is Jinotega, and I have a really good video that's not as popular on Apenas, but I like the video a lot. That was the same day with my co-host Camille. Definitely go watch those. It'll give you a little bit of a feeling of Jinotega a few years ago. I've always loved it. It's very tempting for me to be in Jinotega because it's so cool. Like, it's a relatively inexpensive town, so getting in up there, maybe getting something a little bit outside of town, having cool weather, a place to escape. Some of the outskirts of town get really desolate, and it's just beautiful. Or going up to the lake, there's a lot of neat stuff up there. Like, not like highly desirable, but like really interesting, and the right person could just fall in love with it. So I really like some of those areas. Expossess says, I did well practicing Spanish with Duolingo. What I need is a Spanish-speaking country for total immersion, obviously. In digital, do cruise ships to go to San Juan del Sur? They can. I don't know when the last one was. I've not heard of one in a long time. I might be wrong. If one of the San Juan del Sur people are on, they might be like, no, we still get them regularly. But as far as I know, it's been years. Id Group says, what is the name of the hotel? Which hotel? I don't know what hotel we were talking about. Diego says, Expossess, I know a very good one for that. Haha. John says, Iran doesn't need to transit the Suez to take a Pacific route. Well, I know. No, my question is, are they doing Suez to Panama, or are they doing Indian Ocean direct? That was my question. Maybe I said it weird. But I meant Suez to Panama being the western route, and the eastern route being Pacific. Ben P says, yes, sorry, been out of the country for less than 3 weeks and forgetting the names. Thanks for correcting. Diego says, Jinotepe and San Marcos are really cool places to live, both kind of cool. I like them both. I like Didiamba as well, like, quite nice. Diego says, when learning English, I forced myself to be immersed. Richard says, usually Suez, generally they also stop in a few African countries like Libya and Morocco, then through Panama. I don't think they go directly from Iran. Makes sense. Diego says, stopped watching Spanish movies and Spanish YouTubers, just English books, and forced myself to only think on English. Oh, that reminds me, for those who are practicing Spanish, and Diego, I want to know if you know about this. When did this appear? I saw it twice yesterday. I've never seen it before. Ads for G+. What the hell's G+, you say? I don't know. I didn't know how to look it up. Then I got an ad for this G+ Christmas special thing, and I'm like, what the hell is this? It's a new streaming service called Guatemala Plus. What the heck? 100% Spanish, all from Guatemala. Go check them out. GuatemalaPlus.com. Sign up. It's free. Mostly it's someone's abuelita showing you how to cook Guatemala food. But seriously, go practice your Spanish and watch travel and food videos from Guatemala. Jinotega. This is Bempi. It's small, might be a problem to you, not for me. I've lived on an island with 1,100 or under 1,100 permanent residents, and currently live in a smaller hamlet, a couple hundred max. Yeah, if in that case, it's like 90,000 in the metro. It just doesn't have a lot going on, but it does have a beautiful route out to Matagalpa, and isn't that far from Matagalpa, and Matagalpa has quite a bit. Diego says studying college in English did help a ton. Expossess says that's what I need. The other day I was watching SpongeBob in Spanish. Indigenal says the Mariposa School. All right, guys, we have been on for a long time. I do have to do my Duolingo. I do have to go hang out with my kids. I do need to work some. I do need to sleep. I am coming off of a very stressful week at work for the most part, but we're getting there. We're getting there. It's not a disaster. And the Simple is back open again, so that's great. I've got 2 construction projects going on at the moment that I know of. There might be a third, but I think it's on hold until after the holidays, and I am absolutely exhausted. But if any of you are interested in checking out the links for the simple on Airbnb, feel free to go stay there. Diego says Netflix was my friend when learning English. And in the same route, you can have Guatemala Plus as your friend for learning Spanish. And don't forget, everybody, hit that like. If you'd like to join or anything like that, do that. Someone who might be on the live stream asked me to join on Nika Abla. I saw that. I got to send the information, but I did see it. For those who have not seen Nicaragua, make sure you go check it out. This is Nicaragua. This is where you get all the events that are going on in the country. If you're interested in something, for example, Mazote this Friday at Via Via, which is one of my all-time favorite bands. They're absolutely fantastic. This is Andrea, who is one of the morning hosts here in Nicaragua. You can go in and find out more about bands, more about their venues, find them on a map, get a listing. Now, a lot of this is new, so we don't have all of their past events showing yet. But if you sign in, create a little account, and you're light and dark mode too, just in case you're one of those people who needs that, create an account on here, and you can hit a like button to show bands that you like. Oh, I like this one. But you can also hit to follow them, and then it will add the, I really hope this, yes, puts them on your personal calendar, which you can see here is just a list, or in a calendar view. Oh, I've got something going on Friday. What could that be? That is the show. Or into just a straight up list of your events. I just added this one so I can show you, so it's the only one on here. But it is that cool. And you can go find another thing and say, well, I also plan on seeing Cadejo on Saturday. Awesome. This looks great. You can share it on all your social media to let people know that you're coming. You can like this event and follow it as well. And then go check out your personal calendar. Look, I've got 2 things on my calendar, so you know where I'll be watching Mazote and Cadejo this weekend. There they are on my list. So pretty cool service that constantly has new things coming up. So definitely check that out. Completely free. Just sign up and you have a way to do cool scheduled things. Janet's got to go too. Bempi says Hinotega is too big to live in. I'd live out of town, but one thing I love about Nicaragua is that the distances are small. That is very true. Diego says, I think the most of the continental states are bigger than Nicaragua. I think most of the continent is states bigger than Nicaragua. That's mostly true. Are you ever open sourcing Nicaragua? No, we're not open sourcing it because it's just a service. You can't like buy it or download it or anything. So it's just a service, right? Not software. So open source doesn't really. I mean, we could open source the underlying components, but no. When are Los Fabulous Cadillacs playing in Nicaragua? Are they still around? I don't feel like they are, but they could be. Jay Chica is here. Sorry we didn't see you earlier. Besides my 401k, will I receive Social Security from the States? Oh, I will receive Social Security. That makes more sense. Now I am not able to retire back home because I will have to remove my U.S. citizenship. Been here all my life. Well, it's not likely that you're going to have to remove your U.S. citizenship. So why would you have to remove your U.S. citizenship? Are you worried about the Ohio senator's plan to try to remove citizenship? We expect that to go nowhere. There's so little chance of that. That is not likely. And Nicaragua won't affect you because you don't need citizenship here. You can't really get citizenship here if you're not already a citizen. So that's not going to affect anything. Janet says, I have to see Mazote. Janet, get a table. I should be there. Or call Marcella, work something out, because I got to record. Expazaz, Guatemala Plus? Yes, GuatemalaPlus.com. Was that a trying to get me to say advertising? Check it out on GuatemalaPlus.com. I wish they would sponsor us. That would be super cool. Diego, U.S. states. Most U.S. states are bigger than Nicaragua. Probably most are bigger by land. Probably most are bigger by population. Not sure. I want to jump off, but I want to answer Jay Chica. I want to figure out what's going on with the citizenship question. Besides my 401k, I will receive Social Security from the States. Why would you not be able to retire back home? What possibly would make you remove your U.S. citizenship? That's what I don't understand. I live here. I don't have to give up my U.S. citizenship. In fact, I can't give up my U.S. citizenship. The U.S. doesn't let you do that. They would have to make a new law to allow it before they could enforce it. I can do my Duolingo on the live stream and wait it out. You guys are going to love this. I got to see what I got to do for my points for the day. I know I haven't completed them. Bempi says, I'm looking at lower cost properties here in Canada. Hope to move to a place worth less dollars and have more money to put into a place in Nicaragua. Why not sell everything in Canada and move completely to Nicaragua? Just saying, it's an option. Imagine how much farther your money will go if you don't have to go back and forth. Richard Johansson, maybe he's worried if he loses U.S. citizenship because he is also Nicaraguan, then maybe he won't be able to collect his American retirement plan. But if he's already a Nicaraguan, that situation has already occurred. It's already happened. And doesn't change whether they move here or not. Is this good content? This is my quick get my points in. Pempe says, that's my ideal plan, but I'm married and we both have parents in Canada and my kids. Oh, well, yeah, I suppose if you want to be by your kids. Jeez, some people. I should just do this all the time. I should do all of my Duolingo on the live stream because, like, this is a great use of time. Waiting for people to write things, I could just be staring at this, or I could be getting things done. You could start with something simple. Houses can be very cheap. Where I live, houses are small and affordable. All right, I got one quest point for the day. There's no way I'm getting the other, so I just got one more thing I got to do, and that'll get me 2 quest points for the day, and that's good enough. Something's fighting on my my window back there. Jay Chica, we're waiting for the what is it that you're concerned about? So 401k and Social Security will be treated as, so the 401k will be treated as rentista, Social Security will be treated as pensionada, and you can use that here with residencia or tourism.
Rey. Mercado. 19. Bienvenido. 14. 15. 18. 13. Perder.
People here just buy other people's mortgages. I almost did that at one point. Jay Chica, we're waiting. We're trying to figure out what is going on. Diego says, my aunt in the U.S. got a house for $9,000 to $10,000 and just continued paying the mortgage around 180 USD. Do you mean a house here for that price? I assume. Where's there a house in the U.S. for that? That's crazy. Hi, crazy dog. Prime Video pulls eerily emotionless AI-generated anime dubs after complaints. Oh my gosh, Thailand seizes more than $300 million in assets and issues 42 arrest warrants in cyber scam crackdown. About time. Ooh. Trump has pledged to attack Venezuela soon. It's now a pledge. Oh, in Doral. Okay. The U.S. has said land war in Venezuela is about to begin. So this was just announced. It says, where do you live? He lives in Doral. Expazaz, have the visa requirements changed recently? They have not. Not the requirements. No, the visa requirements have not changed. Pempe, help! I need to learn Spanish. Would like to try Spanish immersion, get a full-time tutor, an attractive single woman, but I don't know how to get my wife's buy-in on that. Suggestions? You could get her a handsome tutor that might distract her while you're getting your immersion. Diego says Ciudad Doral. I would say it's Managua suburbia. It is. It really is suburban Managua. That's a good way to put it. Suburbs here are slightly different than what we're used to in the U.S., so it doesn't always feel quite that way. But I would definitely call it that. That's a good way to think of it. We're still waiting for J Chica. J Chica! It's like 14 kilometers away from Managua. That seems about right. It's so fast. If you have a car, it's nothing. Or if you're on the bus, like when you see Doral, you know you're there. And a lot of Managua's on that side. So there's a ton of, like, you don't need to drive into Managua very often for a lot of things. Of course, if you're going to Galerías or something, yeah, you're going to cross the city. But tons of restaurants and shopping, and a lot of the government stuff's on the west side. So it's very close. Maybe try Duolingo. It's like playing a game. Fun to do. Don't think that was his point. Janet says, well, I have an early class, so see you later. Good night. Night, Janet. I will see you the day after tomorrow, apparently. You can do a ton in Ciudad Sandino as well. That is true. You don't even have to go into Managua. I just spent a ton of time in Ciudad Sandino. I like it a lot. Great restaurants, decent shopping, groceries. That's kind of your hub. Until you need something big, you really get a lot there. It's true. Pizza places, like little shops for all kinds of things, party stores, printing shops, all the everyday life. You really get that like big community feel in Ciudad Sandino. I only go to Managua for Galerías and church. And I bet there's a church in Ciudad Sandino. Just going out on a limb here, but I bet you could find one. In fact, I know of several. I think J Chica disappeared. What happened? And pretty good internet, and that's the most important for an introvert dev like me. Can you believe I haven't completed one drink at 3.5 hours? Oh, we just had an earthquake. 4.78. Oh, right here. Wow. Did not feel that at all. In the ocean, halfway between here and Corinto. Diego says, you did say you were leaving before reading her message. Maybe she had left. Maybe. Is Duolingo an app? I'll look for it. Wait, you don't know Duolingo? You need to be on Duolingo. Like, yeah, that's what I was just doing. Duolingo is the... so first of all, that's it up in the corner. Will that come into focus? Oh, come on. There we go. This is Duolingo here. Can I do this? And, like, this is... It's free, and, like, it's 90% of the language. Duolingo always says there's more Americans in Duolingo than there are students in the American school system. They are the world leader in language education. They're a nonprofit out of Guatemala. Now they're based in Pittsburgh, but they started in Guatemala. They started teaching Spanish and English, and now they do like everything. It's pretty amazing. If you're tempted to pay for it, their normal plan is pretty good. If you look at their max, I think it's garbage. It actually makes the system worse. Don't pay for max. But they're free, and their slightly upgraded plans are really good. I've been doing it. I'm on... how many? I'm on a streak of 2,062 days without missing a day. And I previously had a streak that was like 1,000 days sometime before that. And they had rules that made it very, very hard. So I've been using Duolingo for forever. I can't remember when it started. I have literally every single thing you can get, I have in it. Every challenge, every award, everything. And I used it. I actually completed, which if you look at Duolingo now, you'd be like, you completed something? I completed Duolingo Italian before moving to Italy, and I could speak Italian. Now I can't. I've lost it because I don't do it anymore, but I spoke Italian in Italy from Duolingo. I had nothing else to work with. And it's my main tool for learning Spanish, and has been for a long time. And my daughter uses it for learning German. And it has like guides on how it matches up to university courses in languages and stuff. And the Spanish course is so unbelievably large. Like, I can't even begin to tell you. Like, I've got a streak of over 2,000 days, and I'm like halfway through Spanish. Like, it's crazy. Diego says, being in your live stream, it's pretty good English practice for me. I learned new words a ton. Expossess says, what are proof of funds for entering Nicaragua without a visa? Who needs a proof of funds to enter Nicaragua without a visa? I don't think you need that unless you're coming from like Africa or something. It's bank account. Like, is there enough money in your bank account to be able to be here? But I've never heard of anybody needing proof of funds if you weren't coming from a non-visa nation. So you know, if you're coming from like Malawi and you're coming here, they're gonna be like, there's a real chance you can't survive here, and you're just coming for the welfare. So you need to show you have enough money in your bank account to make it. That's the only thing I've ever seen. You do only need to pay US $20 at the airport. Might be more. No, I think it's... Yeah. Well, I always do the VIP, so I pay a little bit extra, but it's worth it. If you're coming in at the airport, do the VIP if you're coming in during the day. At night, they don't offer it, but... I shouldn't have said I was leaving. Like, here we are, 20 minutes later. It's funny how effective these live streams are. I should have started doing more of these a long time ago because they're proving to be very popular, and they make life easier. It doesn't exactly make my life easier when I'm on for over 3.5 hours. That's a bit crazy, but it's good discussion. We've been really lively tonight. Viewer activity, what does that say? Nope. Stream health, stream is healthy. Stream settings, nothing. Oh, chat rate, let's see. Oh, chat rate is actually going up. Wow. Well, now some tech news, all right. Did you see that Anthropic bought Bun? The heck is Bun? So I'm going to go with no, I did not see that because I don't know what that is. I know what Anthropic is. I'm searching. Anthropic acquires developer tool startup Bun to scale AI coding. I don't know Bun. Bun.com. Bun's entire website is we've been acquired. Bun stays open source and MIT license. Well, that's nice. Bun continues to be extremely actively maintained. Nice. The same team still works on Bun. Bun is still built in public on GitHub. Bun's roadmap. If Bun breaks, Claude Code breaks. Anthropic has direct incentive to keep Bun excellent. Is there? Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. Bun is a fast JavaScript all-in-one toolkit. Bun is a fast, incredibly adoptable, all-in-one JavaScript, TypeScript, and JSX toolkit. Use individual tools like Bun test or Bun install in Node.js projects, or adopt the complete stack with a fast JavaScript runtime, bundler, blah, 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 blah. Cool. Starts 3 times faster than Node.js. Oh, so I don't use Node.js really very much. Bun is like Node++. Nice. Is yellow fever vaccine required? It depends where you're coming from. Where are you coming from? Are you coming from a yellow fever place? Replaces Jest and Vitest, who knows how to... replaces Vite and ES Build. Oh, okay, well that's interesting. I use Vite a bit. Not sure I like it. Package Manager. I don't care that that's faster, but that's nice. Well, that seems cool. Built-in Postgres, MySQL, and SQLite. Oh, that's cool. SQLite, that's cool. S3 storage built-in. Redis built-in. WebSocket built-in. I see. Brings it a lot closer to Go. That's pretty cool. Do you think China will win? Oh, China? Do I think China will win the AI race? I think China already did. Very likely China will win the AI race. If there is an AI race. I think AI is going to not be super interesting. I don't think we're really in the era to know where AI is going because we haven't seen real AI yet. We're just seeing this LLM thing, which is, I agree with the estimates that it's kind of burning out. It's got some space to run. It's not completely useless, but I don't think it's a super useful thing. Says a guy who runs AI for a data center group. But it's it's a thing that we do for customers and we use it some, but is it a long-term viable thing? Yeah, as it gets more efficient and we get more power for it, we start, like, places like Nicaragua and El Salvador are going to be able to hook it to volcanoes and churn out a lot of AI stuff that other people can't. I think we're going to be the big winners, right? The places that can generate endless power. Richard Johansson says, it would be safe to just get your yellow fever vaccine, as it seems the areas that require it have been moving north out of South America for a few years now. It's true. I'm glad I have my yellow fever vaccine. I don't need it too often, but it's nice to have it so that when I travel and stuff, and it is true, it's getting closer. We're in an area where it could move to, so we're very careful about things here. So I find it unlikely to see stuff like that moving in here, but certainly can happen. I don't think the AI race will even start. Yeah, right now, LLMs are still losing money. So the big winners may be those who consume them and don't make them. Right? Places like Nicaragua, places that are using it at the expense of the places that are trying to build an audience. Sorry, I just realized I have to copy something around. No big deal. There we go. Yeah, all the AI tools are interesting, but I think that Llama will level the playing thing a lot. It might. I think the playing field is what you meant to say. Nicaraguan Americans would be producing the same AI slop. Yes, but the Americans are paying for it, you see. That's the difference. All right, you guys are getting less chatty now. It's super late. I can't believe how late it is. It's after midnight here. All the emails I have. Now we're good. It's been fun to have a toy to play with every week for the last 2 years. That is true. Constantly new stuff. I think the problem with LLMs is they need too much data. They need too much data. They also need too much power. Needing all the data. So one thing I like about LLMs is that they have broadly exposed humanity in some important ways. So one of the things that they've done is they've shown that humans have no idea who's real and who isn't. They're really just lost. It shows that the things that humans have been doing, we're actually really offended by. And when machines do the same things that the humans are doing, we consider it plagiarism and theft, which is weird because humans have been doing it for forever. Having conversations with people where they're like, but this is just... Those are some weird sounds outside. This is just reading lots of other stories and making new stories based on things that learn from those stories. Well, I don't know if you know this, but that's how humans learn. Right? We read, they said, like, there's only so many stories out there. Everything's just regurgitation with new settings and stuff, right? And so humans are just creating based on creations that have already been there and just trying to find something that someone hasn't done. We spend most of our time trying to figure out how to squeeze a story out from between the cracks of things that are already written, but not new stories. It's like, if you distill Harry Potter, it sounds like you're describing Star Wars, right? Because the stories are basically the same with the same character setup. They just try to put it in a new setting, London and wizards instead of Alderaan and Jedi, right? But once you take away the specific names, suddenly it sounds like the same thing, right? Wizards defending everyone from an evil overlord, whatever. And so it's like, humans are already doing all the things that people complain about AI. Humans have been already doing this. We're taught in school to just read other people's stuff and regurgitate it. We're taught never have an original thought. Make sure you're just repeating what other people's thoughts are. But the other people's thoughts you're repeating are people who are repeating other people's thoughts, right? So we talk about the AI slop, but we forgot that the real I slop is already what we're dealing with. People can't tell the difference, and in many cases prefer the AI crap over the real crap because the actual crap isn't very good. And suddenly they've learned that what we've been taught in school wasn't actually thinking, it was plagiarism. They gave us rules around how to plagiarize, but not too much. Everything was just repeat things. Well, once we made machines to just repeat things for us, we said, that's not cheating. But how was it not cheating before? Of course it was, right? So we're exposing that teachers weren't doing their jobs, students weren't doing their jobs. The entire education system has failed, and the reality is that most people, most art, most literature is regurgitation. Is that okay? Yeah, maybe it is, but we have to accept it. And people say, well, the AI is learning from other artists when you're talking about AI art. Well, yeah. Do you know how traditionally artists worked? They worked under a master and literally spent their time copying the master's painters so they could sell them as the master's work in duplicates. They literally copied paintings. Flat out, straight up plagiarism. That is how many artists got their starts. That was considered legitimate. That was considered the right way to do it. Once we make machines do the exact same thing that humans do, suddenly the machines are the problem? Doesn't make any sense. So the AI is exposing a whole bunch of problems. Now, should we have machines doing this? Is there value to machines turning out a bunch of crap like this when humans are getting paid to turn out that crap? That's an interesting question. But the real question has to become, why are we paying humans to turn out this stuff? That doesn't make any sense. Why would we pay humans to do anything that doesn't require human ingenuity? And people want to make the argument, but literature is so valuable and art is so valuable, but it's not 99% of the time. Most people reading books, they're not reading it for some artistic value, and the person writing it is just trying to whip something off that'll sell as fast as possible. So they're not putting any big thought into it. They're not painting something that's going to look amazing. They're just putting colors on a canvas as fast as they can, sometimes using machines and, spinning things with a paintbrush, dipping their dog in paint, letting them run across a canvas, and then just hanging it in a hotel. Why not have a machine do that? At least the machine is looking at what people like and saying this should be pleasing, whereas the person with the dog running across it is just hoping for the best. In neither case is the person putting some heart and soul into it. They're not the human expression. It's literally just random splotches of color on a canvas. We're not taking away value from the human experience. And there's so often the ability to generate a funny meme. For people who are not artistic and not good at drawing, they're able to express themselves artistically in new ways. There's a lot of winners in this as well, even from the artistic perspective. There's all kinds of maybe not deep art like, The Last Supper being painted, but then again, is The Last Supper very good? Has anyone actually looked at the Mona Lisa? It's garbage. Absolutely hideous. Why would someone want humans making that stuff? I sure don't. That is a waste of human potential. Some art is fantastic. I'm not against art. I love a bunch of art. Monet made amazing art, but the Mona Lisa is not, right? And it wasn't even a famous piece of art until after it was stolen. It's famous for having been stolen. It's not famous for being a good painting. So that really tells us an awful lot. The difference now is that people who aren't able to go out and make art like that are able to create artistic things that can then be used, and people can spend more time communicating well graphically when they couldn't before, solving some problems. It's really not that bad. Now, it's true. Once it starts learning from its own stuff, does it start becoming a problem? Well, it depends how it's learning, right? The problem with LLMs is they have no idea what's good and bad. So it's also spent time learning how to lie, cheat, steal, and everything else. And so it's doing a bunch of bad things because it's learning from the bad that humans do as well as the good that humans do. And so you're ending up with just the exposure that this is what hiring humans has resulted in, right? I have to deal with every day humans being mistreated at work by people who don't have a single firing neuron in their brains, right? Well, why not replace them with computers? The computers don't have to be smart. They just have to not be stupid. It's still a challenge, but it's amazing how brain dead a lot of people in the workplace are. We've been keeping them going for no good reason. Why not replace them and at least not have them doing as much damage? Diego says that's really not so many ways chords can be fun listening to, right? But there's more potential to discover new stuff with AI than not, I guess. I fly from Miami to Nicaragua from 250 to 400-ish, depending on when you buy it. Oh, Expat says, how much are flights to Nicaragua? Scott, we are letting you rest your voice. We often get flights for about $150, but it's been a little bit. My wife just got tickets, but I can't remember how much it is. We don't like looking ourselves in the mirror, Diego says. It's true. AI is holding up a very, very disparaging mirror to humanity, and it just drives me crazy how much people are angry and describe humans. Like, I feel like that's going to become a thing where... we see this happen with other things, right? I'll use this as an example that doesn't offend anybody. I love this first episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. If you've never seen it, it's one of the greatest shows ever made. And in the very first episode, the chief of the police station goes to Peralta and he goes, "Okay, if you correctly guess which picture is which, you don't have to go clean up your locker. Of these two pictures, one is your locker and one is a garbage dump in Manila. Can you tell which is which?" And the guy's like, this one's Manila. And he's like, it's a trick question. They're both your locker, right? That is going to become one of these things where we're constantly like, look at this garbage that AI did. And people will be like, AI is so stupid. And we'll be like, just kidding. This was an actual PhD candidate, right? That we watched write this. This is how illiterate adults have become. And that is real, right? Like that's, I think that people really don't understand how much we're angry knowing it's AI. But if you were to, really, look closely at it, you're like, well, wait, what are we comparing to, right? The average report in business is terrible. Okay, I just looked. January 23rd, Miami to Nicaragua, $66. So there you go, $66. That's the absolute value. Now the premium economy that I normally pay for, that's $171. But if you don't need to take anything with you, $66, you're here. How much is the flight from New York roughly? The last time I did New York, that was like. So I don't think I can do New York direct. That makes it very difficult. But maybe you can. I always do from Rochester, right? So, oh, no, it lets me put in Rochester. No. So any flight to Managua, they force you to originate in just a few different cities. And so I don't know how many choices you'll get. Oh, here you go. They do let me put in New York. Okay, wait. Yeah, of course, during the holiday week, it's expensive. Same time period-ish, about $124 for the super cheap, $248. So that's LaGuardia to Managua, $248 for the premium economy. That's the one where you get the more space. Carry-on bag, no change or cancel fee, and whatever. So one carry-on bag and more space, $248. But for just $40 more, you can do the Spirit First option, so totally worth it. Big front seat, which is only so big, with all the bags, so you're really good. LLM learning from its own hallucination, that is the problem. But that's what humans do, right? I have to deal with. We actually have taken to using hallucination all the time with one of our employees because he is constantly hallucinating work and stuff just like an AI. So the AI is not unique in this. Now, maybe he's unique in that he's the one that does it, but it's a regular thing. We see the exact same kinds of hallucinations. He'll suddenly, so Diego will understand this. From a coding perspective, you're working on code and all of a sudden you've got a completely new variable, or it's the AI is trying to work with a brand new database or doing just something complete, and you're like, where did this come from? And it's like naming conventions from some other person's project that you've never heard of before. And they just pulled it randomly and said, you must want to change this. And it does this constantly. And I have an employee who does exactly that. And he is not using AI. This is in live conversation all the time. And it was happening before there was AI. And he'll do it while talking to you right in the face. He will quite literally... There's an animal making a lot of noise out there. Hallucinate huge core parts of what he's working on. It's completely wild, but the AI is potentially copying that behavior from real humans. It probably is not what we're normally seeing. It's really hallucinating, but it's also copying hallucinations in human work. Diego says, I laugh at how teachers are using LLMs to detect if students' papers use LLMs, and people are giving those papers pre-AI graduate papers, and its data is 90% AI, right? Diego says, I did include both tickets in my estimate. Scott, Gemini is your new AI overlord on YouTube. Yeah, what is Gemini doing on YouTube? People have mentioned that a few times. I haven't seen anything. I never do anything with Gemini because it's just garbage, but... it really just makes stuff up in the project, and it invents requirements and constraints. That's exactly what my humans do. So it's a 6 of one, half dozen of the other. We're in big trouble if AI is just copying humans. I mean, that is what it's doing, right? The current AI, LLMs, the only thing they can do other than copy humans is copy their own hallucinations. But normally their hallucinations are actually from not understanding sources. So for example... an LLM, if you ask it what's the capital of Mississippi, it's not going to just throw out a complete hallucination. It'll throw out a real thing from somewhere. It'll just not understand that thing has no connection to Mississippi. So it's hallucinating, but it's miscombining words. But the interesting thing is that... AI, literally, LLM-based AI, which is not AI, just LLM. Good night, id group. Hey, did something happen? I heard him growling.
He attacked the little puppy.
He did?
He ran full speed at him.
What happened?
I think he thought it was just a random animal to attack him.
Oh.
The little puppy got so scared.
Is he okay?
Yeah, little puppy.
Did he stop before he get to him?
Kinda.
Was he out in the yard or something?
No, he just came from his bedroom. He heard me and he was excited to see me.
Oh. Are we going to watch something? You want to check with Liesel? I'm just on till you guys are ready. I texted a while ago. No one said anything. Yeah, so what LLMs are, all AI today is just statistical analysis of words and how they go together in a sentence. And what's really, really interesting is that what we really are finding is that it seems like humans are mostly operating like LLMs. In many cases, we're producing what we're going to say faster than we can think it through. How do we do that? Well, basically, we're using something very similar to an LLM in our brains that's throwing words together that are likely to go one after another and just producing them as fast as they can. And that creates this garbage communications that happen so often. And now that AI is doing this and we know exactly how it does it, now we start to see it in humans all the time. And it's like, oh, this makes humans so much more easy to understand because they're just doing this thing. There's no intelligence behind many activities, some, of course. But so often, people are basically just stringing together what they think are sounds and words that people are going to want to hear. And it's just wild, right? Blah, blah, blah. Gemini algorithm that no one talks about. It's not replacing the algorithm, works alongside. So yeah, basically 2 algorithms now. Blah, blah, blah. That's mostly what was there before. I'm... Words, you mean tokens? Well, that's how humans work, though, right? It's just this. They're doing the same thing. My little dog wants to go out, but you attack the little puppy. Come here. Come here. My little dog attacked the tiny dog. Yeah, come here. This little guy. He's such a problem. Yeah, why did you attack him? Did he scare you? Did you think he was an intruder? Yeah. Oh, the Mia's here. She can't handle me holding you. She can't take it. Look at her. Oh, you're going to get her? You're wagging your tail. Good boy. I'm going to put you down over here. She's going to come get you. Here we go. Dogs. Dogs. Tokens, Diego says, I'm pretty sure they just renamed it to make line go up. Not sure what you mean. Yes, Gemini analyzes your audio, your voiceover, and scripts aren't just production elements anymore. They're ranking factors. That was true before. That's not new. Even analyzes background music emotions. Okay, that's, I guess, interesting. Comment section goldmine engagement gets analyzed. That was before. None of this stuff is new. AI makes people crazy. A lot of companies are just remaking things they've always done and putting its AI, and line goes, oh, people just say AI when nothing's happening. Neural networks, it's like teaching a puppy. They can tell you the percentage and if certain it is correct, right? We still have 11 people on. It's pretty crazy, but not Jay Chica. So I'm assuming, I can't figure out what... Ooh. Oh, they're just playing. I can't figure out what she's thinking is going to happen if she moves to Nicaragua. That moving to Nicaragua makes you lose your U.S. citizenship? I don't even know where to start. We've had so many videos that dig into the details of that to make sure no one gets that impression. I don't even know where that in particular impression could come from. Tika says make line go up. I mean make the stock go up. A line can go up or down. I see. Waiting for my kids to decide what to do. If it is 98 certain it is correct, save that as a pre-training. Yep, it's interesting. LLMs are, it's cool that you can decipher so much basic human work into something so simple. And depressing that it takes so much power to actually do it. It's amazing that our brains are, it really gives you a lot of like, wow, the human brain is really bad, but at least it's efficient. Oh my gosh, we're over 4 hours now. What are we doing? I have a dog staring right at me. She's like, what are we doing? Let's do something. Are you a good dog? Are you the good dog? I remember my English professor losing his mind after ChatGPT got released. Right? English professors especially have been outed by LLMs. Right? Write a paper that regurgitates the same thing about this story that I completely made up and is fabricated because it's not part of the actual story, right? Like it's not really a thing. And it's because the action of English professors, like the things that they're teaching, because they're fake, it actually gives LLMs a big leg up because there isn't any truth to work against. And so their ability to hallucinate and fabricate is actually beneficial rather than a detriment. No one used to get A's in his class because non-English natives and suddenly the whole class got an A. Expat says, oh, Scott, ChatGPT can pretend to be a waiter speaking another language. Right, exactly. Which is fantastic, right? But the problem with being a waiter in another language is that it will, at random, decide that you didn't order a hamburger, but you actually ordered a hammer, and it will actually go get it and then charge you an unreasonably small amount, 30 cents for it, because it has no concept of what is food or what prices are. I guess for you, Diego, you're talking about an English professor who's teaching to speak English. In English, when we have English professors, they actually generally teach you lies about English literature. And it's heavily been exposed. Like it's a really, they teach like famously, oh, you have to go into this famous piece of literature and tell us what it means. And a lot of times the authors are like, yep, they fabricated that, right? And all these English professors are like, it doesn't matter, we're the authority, we're more important than the authors. Like, it's crazy. It's a scam job. But also, like, where are you writing papers that you can use ChatGPT and you're just able to do that? Like, X says, bingo, those classes may be gone for good before long. I'm glad I learned computer programming. I think actually, so the interesting thing, I said this on a video at some point, is everyone thought that good AI was going to be the death of radiology. And so they told everyone to stop learning radiology, because computers were just going to do it in the future. They were going to be so good at it that we weren't going to need radiologists anymore. And what actually ended up happening was, instead of there being fewer jobs and the salaries going down, it turned out that AI made them better at doing their jobs, and suddenly radiology became a much more valuable activity. And so they ended up needing more radiologists, and the salary for radiologists went up. So now there's more of them at higher price, and all of them are more technical because they're no longer just staring at papers. They're staring at papers and leveraging AI to help them ensure they're not making mistakes. So suddenly radiology as a concept costs less to do while paying more, while being used more. Like, everybody won. And I think programming is going to see a lot of the same thing. You can't reasonably do anything with AI for programming without being a knowledgeable programmer, right? Everyone wants to say that, right? But I got customers who are like, you can just do this in an hour in AI. But we both know that's not true, or he wouldn't hire us. He'd be doing it in an hour in AI. It doesn't work that way. He can't tell AI what he needs and get something that works because he doesn't understand it. The AI is really good most of the time at getting your capitalization right, and making sure you have a comma at the end of your line, and closing the parentheses properly. That was not long ago that was a major problem. Now it actually works. But these little things took up all the developers' time. I remember teaching C in university, and 90% of my time was helping people track down typing errors. And while it taught people, yeah, accuracy matters, it also showed us humans are just bad at being accurate. Like, that didn't help anybody. We didn't make them magically accurate. They may have learned a little, but mostly we just learned that they were useless. But with AI, you could be a brilliant programmer who's not good at finding commas, and suddenly you've got a tool that finds your commas 99.99% of the time and gets your capitalization right. And when it's wrong, you have a pretty good shot at figuring it out. Like, you can still win pretty heavily. So but you still need to understand how it works, right? And that's where learning to program is really, really important. Diego says, learned about run-on sentences and how to reprogram my brain to not use Spanish punctuation rules and things. He says, writing in English is very different than in Spanish. Junior jobs are getting very scarce. That I feel like well, I don't know. I definitely feel like junior jobs are going to change. I never really knew what junior jobs were like because I started immediately as a senior at 13, so I don't have a really good idea of that. I'm a big believer in have everyone learn early. But you know what? So here's the thing. I'm going to read these things. Expat says, I just started Vietnamese on Duolingo. I may decide to go to Vietnam on vacation. Very cool. Diego says, the majority of my college class gave up and went to other fields. Did they give up because of AI, or they gave up because it was hard? So here's one of the things going on with humanity. I'm 50, almost. And I grew up with computing, which was, I talk about nostalgically, amazing, right? I have this unbelievable childhood of watching home computing and IT blossom and become a field at the exact same age that I was. The first home computer is months off of when I was born, and I've been involved in it to some degree as a passionate observer, if nothing else, since 1979. So I've watched every major computer release, every change in technology, every change in wording, in descriptions, in thought processes, in approach, in common knowledge, in everything. I watched Gen X go from no one has a computer to everyone had to take computer classes to being the only computer literate generation to ever exist. Very few people, even 15 years older than me, have even passing knowledge of how computers work. And only a light percentage of millennials have that, and almost no one following the millennials has real knowledge. And having conversations with people who grew up with computers, who had unlimited access to the information, they had the internet to teach them anything, they could learn anything they wanted about IT. I cannot even begin to fathom how exciting it would have been to have unlimited access to knowledge. When I was learning to program, I had to do it from one book that I had to work from. And it was a function manual. It didn't teach me programming. It was a list of commands and their responses. That was all there was, right? And since that's all there was, like, nothing was easy. Everything was super hard. I could learn one language. I couldn't try another language. I couldn't try a different architecture. I couldn't see what else was out there. I couldn't try a framework. We couldn't download anything. None of that was there. I can't even imagine how freaking awesome it would be to, instead of being 11 and getting my first computer and being one of the first people I knew to get a computer, and then trying to learn how to program on it, to being able to take a computer when I'm 4 and have access to the entire world of knowledge of and every language and every tool and every framework and every person has ever taught to be at my disposal. I can't even imagine. It is so much easier today, and it's been so much easier. And same thing with IT. And yet now, things that we take in Gen X as completely for granted, knowing how DNS works, knowing how Ethernet works, knowing how to plug in routers, knowing what a switch is, knowing how your computer talks on things, what Wi-Fi is, what cable is, what fiber is, what a firewall is. And then we find out that people who grew up with these things don't have the first clue what these things are and are completely baffled and had no idea that any living human knew what they were. And we consider them just normal knowledge that everyone has to have to safely operate a computer. Right? It's completely different world. Diego says, because there are no junior jobs, everyone is asking for 5 years experience. Well, of course, because today everyone has access to. So I was hired. I had 4 years of programming at 13. I started working at 9. I started learning at 9 and got hired at 13 and was able to run circles around people who were adults because I learned as a kid. It was much easier to learn. And I have a stinky dog down there. And so as an employer, right, I totally expect, I'll say I don't expect people to start learning before they're maybe 10. But that means that a 15-year-old should have 5 years of development experience. And because you have unlimited access to resources and training and YouTube videos and online classes and websites and languages and frameworks, I'm just letting the dog out. It's unreasonable for someone who is an adult to not have 5 years of something to show, because you can go out and do open source projects, for example. So we don't expect someone who's 18 to have unlimited experience, but we do hope that they started by 13. And we really hope they started before that they have an interest, that they love the field. We want people who are passionate. And we hope that they went out and now 20 years ago we couldn't do this, but today, even in Nicaragua, everyone has access to a computer that they can program on at 10 or 11, maybe 12, right? Basically, everyone has access to something. Even if all you have is a cell phone, you can plug it in, get a keyboard, and you can do your programming in there. That would suck beyond all measure, but you could do it, right? So if we say, well, a 12-year-old hopefully is at a point where they're at least interested in finding out enough to start going down this path, it's not unreasonable. It's not even remotely unreasonable to expect someone who's at 18 to have already been doing stuff beyond professional, right? Professional is a lower standard where you have to get paid and you're doing work for someone who doesn't know. If you're doing your own stuff and producing your own products, you're doing soup to nuts. So hiring managers give double credit both to doing it younger. Anything you do, the younger you do it, the more it counts, because you have less time to have learned, less resources, fewer resources. And when you do it for like an open source project, you're the step above getting paid for it. Right? So there's doing stuff on your own. Like, well, I just wrote a thing for myself and I didn't give it to anyone. It didn't go into production. That's the lowest. I'm just hobbying. Then there's I'm getting paid to do it. That's where you're basically, other people are doing a ton of the work and you're just taking directions from someone. And often you're sitting around idle. And then there's I'm running my own project. That's the highest, right? Open source has always been the highest paid, always been the highest consideration. And so everybody who's 13 has access to do the best stuff and show off. And they have portfolios. Paid people just claim to have done the work. Open source people have portfolios to show. And so I don't know any place that pays well that doesn't take that at double or 10 times the value of something else. So as someone who's worked as a hiring manager on Wall Street, right, we would take an 18-year-old who did an open source project and pay them $150,000 a year starting 20 years ago, and someone who went to university and graduated and had worked for the last 5 years, we would start them at $80,000 because they have to work so much harder to prove that they're able to do it. So because open source is available, it's true, junior jobs are gone. juniors have access to higher level jobs now that we didn't realistically have access to before. I was lucky I started my career while in college and had a few years on my back when I graduated, right? We expect everyone to do that is kind of the thing. What was my first computer? Well, the first computer I ever used was a Commodore Super Pet 2000 in 1979, but that wasn't mine, but it's the first one I used. I spent some time on an IBM PC in 1985 when I really learned to program on that, PC XT. And in 84, I had quite a bit of access to an Apple Mac. But the first computer that was my own was a Commodore Amiga 1000 1987. And that's the one that I used from age... So I used the PC a lot when I was 9 and 10. At 11, I had that. That's what I worked on when I was 11 and 12. And by 13, I had my first job in a Fortune 20. Diego says, it's so sad to see so many talented people fail, but that's the market. I would argue that I never see talented people fail. I see people who might be okay, could do it if there wasn't a lot of competition, but if they're really talented and passionate, right? Because if they're just talented but not passionate, they're not failing. They're just learning that it's not a thing that they love. If they're really passionate, I think that the opportunities are there. I've never seen someone passionate not excel, and I believe they still would. And even if no one's going to hire you, so hire yourself. Recruiters, so first of all, recruiters are not where you get jobs, tell you that the experience is not professional. It does not matter. That's why good shops don't work with recruiters, and learn to write your own resumes. I've had recruiters tell me that, but the hiring managers definitely pay the money. Also, tons of companies have AI reading resumes with very narrow rules. It's very hard to pass that filter. Again, I don't think real ones, right? But these are things that recruiters sell to you to try to manipulate the market. I don't believe these things are generally true. AI to some degree does read resumes, but what's those narrow rules, right? All those things, they say there's less human interaction. In my generation, the complaint was the human interaction. Oh, they let some human who doesn't know in there, and they're intentionally throwing people away. And I know humans who've gotten caught doing that, right? That they would intentionally sabotage the company. They would look for anyone who's really well qualified and instantly throw them away. Often companies interview without having the funds to hire. They interview just in case funds get approved in the future. That is a huge one from Expat. Or recruiters try to get people on the hook, and they don't look for the really good people because they know the really good people won't be on the hook. Diego says, that drives me nuts. I spent tons of time in interviews just to be told the position got closed or ghosted. So I did an article, I can't remember, 20 years ago? 85% is what we estimated of jobs 20 years ago were fake, just to collect your information, just to get you on the hook. I once had a recruiter set up an entire fake office complex just to run fake interviews and convince people that they represented a big company, right? Bank of America is who they faked being. This is not new. We've always had to deal with it. I think in my opinion, it's difficult for me to see it from a junior perspective, but my feeling is that today, the thinking outside what they're told isn't happening. My generation was like, this is all lies. Obviously, this is lies. Let's just go out and do this stuff. And when we did that, boom. Oh my gosh. The people who did the open source always got twice the salary. The people who were doing the things when people like me said, do these things, those people were never out of work, always got the highest salaries. It's the people who are like, well, they told me to do these things. If you do what they tell you to do, you will never be at the top echelons. You'll always be in the challenged areas. Diego says, I've spent like almost 2 years trying to get a job. Part of that challenge is being in Nicaragua and trying to get a foreign job. Everyone's struggling, right? The system just isn't working. But it's not because you don't have those things, right? It's because everybody's failing. I know people with 40 years of experience who've been looking for 6 years and can't find anything, and who are really good and demonstrably really good, have big track records and very professional experience in multiple fields, and they still find very little. All right, guys, I got to hop off. My kids are waiting for me. Thanks so much for being on for 4.5 hours, 375 views. We still have 12 people on, but I got to call it a night. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We're going to do the live stream tomorrow, so just get ready to come back, and we can talk about all this stuff tomorrow. Have a good night. Buy me a coffee. Give a thumbs up. Say hi in the comments. Share on social media. Do all those things. And I will see all of you tomorrow. For real. Or later today.